of our residents that have given a lot of service to Southborough over the years. We want to recognize both of them. The first one is Leo Bartolini, who died a couple weeks ago. Mr. Bartolini served in several capacities, including the first town manager ad hoc committee, and then later as chair and member of the zoning board of appeals. Second person is Kim Tollender, who died last week. She currently is on the K-8 school committee, but has done many other things in her past. She's very active with lots of things in Southborough. So we send our condolences to both of their families.
Can I add one thing just on Kim Tollender? Very well known in town, and even though she served on the school committee, she served this town in so many ways that benefited so many citizens of this town behind the scenes. That I think it's important that we recognize all that she did as well.
Kathy, if you don't mind if I can say something.
Okay, Chelsea.
Thank you. So I also wanted to recognize Kim. I had the pleasure of working with her on a few different initiatives over the years. And she was just a wonderful asset to this community and an advocate for all of our kids. And I just want to recognize that she will be sorely missed in this community. I know she was a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And I know a lot of our residents are really upset about this one. So this is a tough one to swallow. She was always in it for the right reasons. And I think that's the number one thing I'll remember her by. So condolences to the school committee, the school administration, and her family. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea. The second thing I want to mention is, as most of us know, we had a bad set of storms Friday afternoon, which resulted in several lightning strikes, including one on Sears Road that caused a house to catch on fire to its chimney. Fortunately, no one died. The residents got out, no animals, etc. It was a fire that required a whole lot of mutual aid. So I wanted to recognize, again, the heroic work of our fire department. And then also thank all of the towns around us that helped us to put that fire out. Just another caution of what we have to watch now. So I'm glad we've got the fire department we do, the leadership we do in that fire department.
Yes, thank you. So again, huge thank you to the fire department and the police department. There was a lot of things that happened behind the scenes, as Kathy said. During this process, and not only was there a fire, there was also a fire, brush fire on Carriage Hill in town. There was also another emergency call that came in over the radio, and while all of this was happening, within 10 minutes of that, we know the windstorm that came through. Don't quite want to call it a microburst. I don't know if they have yet, but I think in looking at the damage, and our town services really stepped up to the plate. They kept our residents safe. They had a lot on their plate. Dispatch did an amazing job with some huge incidents happening all at the same time. So again, major kudos to the police and the fire for stepping up to the plate, and they have our gratitude. And I just think they should be recognized for a pretty crazy night in the town of Southborough, and all the residents benefit. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, so just to remind our audience, the select board takes public comment at both the front of the meeting and the end of the meeting. The public comment at the front and the end are for matters that someone wants to bring to our attention that are not on the agenda for that meeting. We will allow you to talk about a specific agenda item as it occurs. So may anyone want to start off with public comment? No one there, Vanessa? Okay. The first matter tonight is we're going to have a hearing on a transfer of a liquor license. I believe we've got three people. So Matthew Porter, Mr. Contractor, and the 1, 2, 3, 4 from Dan Kashel, Mr. Patel.
Hey, good evening. Thank you, Board. My name is Matthew Porter. I'm the attorney on behalf of Pramukh Mahant, Inc. And along with us tonight is Mr. Contractor, Krunal Contractor, as well as Kaushal Patel, the two shareholders of the corporation.
Mr. Ford, let us start the hearing and then we'll take over.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sure. Notice is hereby given under chapter 138 of Mass General Laws that Pramukh Mahant Incorporated has applied for a transfer of an annual package store all alcoholic beverage license currently held by Muktesh Corp. Located at 4 Main Street, Southborough, Mass. Described as 2 floors, 2,225 square feet across 3 rooms with 2 entrances and 2 exits. Proposed manager on record is Kaushal J. Patel. A public hearing will be held in the select board acting as local licensing authority. The Thomas W. McCullough, Fairburn, second floor of the townhouse, 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass. On Tuesday, August 9th at 6:30 p.m.
Okay, the hearing is officially open. Mr. Porter?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Matthew Porter. I'm the attorney for Pramukh Mahant, Inc. Along with me tonight is Krunal Contractor and Kaushal Patel, the two principals of the corporation. Mr. Patel is also the proposed licensed manager. This relates to a transfer of the Section 15 license at 4 Main Street, which is currently doing business as Morrow's Market. If approved, it would be doing business as Southborough Liquor and More. It is a fairly straightforward transfer. There's no major anticipated changes to the structure of the building, no changes to the hours whatsoever. This is a very experienced ownership group that's coming in. Mr. Contractor owns a couple stores already in the state. Both he and Mr. Patel have impeccable records on the operation of their stores. They're both alcohol tip certified, as would all their employees be required to be. They plan on going in. There'll be some cosmetic upgrades, refreshing the inventory, but otherwise no major changes. There is a pledge of license and inventory to Rockland Trust, who is helping to finance the purchase. So that's before the board as well. But with that, I can certainly answer any questions that the board may have. Mr. Contractor and Mr. Patel can as well.
Andrew, can you start?
Sure. So, Mr. Porter, I think you already answered one of my first questions, which is whether you can, whether we can anticipate any differences in the change in the operation of the business. And I think you said that you're not really anticipating any.
No, I think you'll certainly see some cosmetic upgrades, bring some life into the store. These guys have some great relationships with vendors across the state. So I think from an inventory perspective, certainly there'll be some improvement there. But from a, straightforward, business, model, you won't see any, major changes. There's no changes in the hours or anything along those lines.
So, can you also speak to the change in the name, going from Morrow's Market to Southborough Liquors? What's behind that? Is there going to be any more emphasis on selling liquor as opposed to Sunrise?
No, I don't think so. I think it's just a rebranding, of the store themselves, just to allow the new buyers to get a fresh start. So just create some separation there. So there's no focus necessarily on, one thing or the other. It'll be, operating as a liquor store as it has. So
I don't know if this is kind of down the road, but does your client have any plans to put a new sign in front of the store or anything like that?
Yeah, they'll certainly need to, obviously subject to approval by the town. But once through the process, obviously, as this will go off to the ABCC. They won't be making any upgrades whatsoever until they have ABCC approval. And at that point, they put a sign before the town, which would require a town approval. But yeah, eventually, in order to do business as the new name, they'll need to get that sign approved by the town and have that installed.
And so does Mr. Contractor also own the building?
No, there's a separate ownership group that's coming in. So it is a simultaneous purchase. So the real estate will be being purchased along with the store itself. And there's a lease between those two entities. So there are two groups coming in that have a lease in place. There's just not cross ownership between the store and the real estate.
Oh, okay. So that as part of the same transaction would be a sale of the real estate and a transfer of the liquor the
Yes.
license?
Yep, yeah, there'll be simultaneous closings along with that, and then there'll be a lease between the real estate entity and the store entity.
Okay, that's all the questions that I have.
Sam?
Thank you. I'll follow up with Mr. Dennington's question. So will there still be prepared food for sale in the facility going forward?
Yeah, I believe that's the case. Krunal or Kaushal, can you weigh in on that?
So currently there is no like a prepared food available, only just chips and those are dry fruits and some groceries available. So we're gonna keep that items and we're gonna increase some more varieties to that.
So I think one of the things that residents have valued about it is access to sort of convenience store kind of products there. Do you expect that that will continue and you say expand the inventory or selection of those kinds of products?
Yes, we're gonna be.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
My questions have been answered. Andrew asked them, so I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, can we just go back to the ownership of the real estate? It looks like landlord name is also contractor, so is that father?
Mother, I believe, yes. Krunal?
Yeah, he's a brother.
Brother, sorry.
And then the easy one, I'm sure we know the answer, but just to be clear, if you go to the information on your bank, Rockland Trust, you've got a question answered yes and no. And the question is the lender a licensee pursuant to MGL Chapter 138? And you say yes and no, I assume you mean yes?
Yeah, so yeah, we can white that out and get that over to your town. It's just a section on the ABCC forms that doesn't allow us to check off one box without the other one being highlighted. But the Rockland Trust obviously does not own a liquor license. But once I get off the hearing, I could just white that out and resend that page over to Melanie just to clear that record on that.
Yes,
Chelsea?
Chelsea?
I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, she's all set.
Yeah, any further questions from the board? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the liquor license transfer?
We're gonna open up the public comment first.
So any public comment on the transfer of the liquor license?
Yes, one hand up.
That's been up since the beginning. I don't know.
Mr. Gray?
And-
You just called.
oh, that's
Where is
better.
it?
So Mr. Gray, did you want to come over for this?
My comment was in the beginning. I wasn't sure when the comments were appropriate for the Park Central, if that's going to be opened back up again or not.
Well, the public comment at the first was not for Park Central because that's on the agenda. So we will be getting to that probably around, I would think, 8:15.
Okay, I was just, I wasn't sure if that was my only opportunity to speak, so that's why I put my
We'll
hand.
have another opportunity when we get to the agenda item.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments from the public before we go and close the liquor license?
Close public hearing.
Right, so is there a motion to close?
I make a motion to close the public hearing for the alcohol beverage license currently. Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I have that. I make a motion that we close the public hearing relative to the license currently held by Nitesh Corp. And then Morris Market, yeah.
Second,
Second.
all in favor of closing the liquor license transfer hearing?
Roll call, Ms. Chelsea.
Roll call vote, thank you.
Aye.
Sam?
Aye.
Aye.
Cook is aye. Chelsea?
Aye.
And 5-0 to close the hearing. And now we'll have a motion to approve liquor license transfer.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
okay, roll call vote. Andrew?
Aye.
Sam?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Chelsea?
Aye.
Cook is aye, so 5-0 to approve the liquor license transfer.
And Madam Chair, if I may, the ABCC requires that the pledge be approved by the board as well. So if I could just ask for a request for the approval of the pledge of license as well, that would be appreciated.
Is there a motion to approve the pledge of the liquor license as far as the Rockland Classic loan?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, Andrew.
Aye.
Sam.
Aye.
Lisa.
Aye.
Chelsea.
Aye.
Clerk is aye, 5-0 to approve the pledge of liquor license for the Rockland Classic loan.
Excellent. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
We have the back chair.
Oh, I don't know. These ones are sitting down there.
You got three of them yet. You need four, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone's
sitting
and then one's
You're on phone tonight.
Oh,
Sit here. No, we're sitting up here.
To the spread out paper.
Chris, you want to come?
Oh.
Hey, Debbie, watch your stairs.
I know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
Jay is watching you.
Next item on the agenda, we have a consolidated tree hearing with the Southfield Planning Board. So before we actually open the hearing, I thought a little background might be helpful to the public that is listening to this. The consolidated tree hearing was properly noticed to the public. We will be back in just a minute. Ms. Luttrell, please call your meeting to order.
Yes, I call the planning board meeting to order.
Okay, so before we open the hearing, I want to make sure that a few things are clear. A consolidated tree hearing is necessary when considering whether to alter or remove public shade trees when the trees are on roads designated as scenic roads. South Florida designated all qualifying roads as scenic roads in around 1978. Today, scenic roads represent about 1/2 of all town roads. Almost all trees being considered tonight at our joint hearing are on scenic roads and therefore require a consolidated hearing between the planning board and the select board. The select board is the tree warden for the town per the special act approved in 1991 that formed the Department of Public Works as you know it today. As tree warden, the select board conducts all tree hearings, scenic road and non-scenic roads. We have more than 100 trees to consider tonight. All trees except for one are located on scenic roads. Ms. Braccio of the select board and Mr. Trail of the planning board have done yeoman's work to get this list together. And believe me when I say that. They spent hours and hours and hours. The other 4 members of the select board are very appreciative of their efforts. The plan tonight is to determine which public shade trees on the posted list should be removed and are trimmed. Next, the DPW will take appropriate steps to determine the cost of removing the trees. And then lastly, the special town meeting on October 13 will be asked to approve the funding for removing those trees. We therefore hope to have all public shade trees that are dead and on our list tonight removed in relatively short order. With that, I open the consolidated tree hearing between the South Florida Select Board, acting as South Florida Tree Board, and the South Florida Planning Board at 6:51 on August 9th, 2022. Mr. Chris Leroy has joined us at the microphone in front. Mr. Leroy is the select board designee to assist it in its job as tree warden. Mr. Leroy is also a full-time employee of the DPW. Ms. Braccio, please lead us through the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Purple. Will you read the hearing notice?
Yes, and before I do, I just want to acknowledge also the efforts of Mr. Leroy.
I was going there.
On behalf of the board
I
to
was gonna
help
go
with
there.
this. It's been a lot. He's done all the posting and
Yeah.
making sure that everything is in order. So thank you.
And Tammy Rice at the DPW office has done a ton of work on lists, pictures, getting everything up on the website, so she should also be
Takes many
mentioned.
games, so
So we
yes,
should
Tammy as
post it.
well. Okay, notice. Southborough Tree Warden under the requirements of Mass General Law, Chapter 87, Section 3, cutting of public shade trees, hearing damages, and the Southborough Planning Board under the requirements of MGL Chapter 40, Section 15C, scenic road designations. We'll conduct a public hearing on Tuesday, August 9th, 2022 at 6:45 p.m. to discuss the removal of 105 trees located on the following streets: Breakneck Hill, Chestnut Hill, Deerfoot, Edgewood, Flag, Gilmore, High, Highland, Lattice Palmer, Lovers Lane, Marlboro, Montgomery, Oak Hill, Oregon, Parker, Parkerville, Pine Hill, Sears, Southville, Strawberry Hill, Sunrise, Woodbury, and Woodland. It's great they were all. The trees range in size from 6 inches to 50 inches of the following varieties. There are 10 ash trees, 65 oak trees, 6 hickory, 14 maple, 2 elm, 1 birch, 2 pines, 1 linden, 1 poplar, and 3 trees of an unknown variety. Each tree is posted. The meeting may be viewed or listened to by the public through a link located at www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. The applications and a full list of trees can be viewed online at the following locations: www.southboroughtown.com/sites/g/files, et cetera, and so forth. Any persons wishing to be heard on the proposed plan should appear at the time and place designated. Objections to the proposed removals may be made in writing prior to or at the hearing.
Thank you. Before I turn it over to Ms. Lachelle, I just want to kind of piggyback on what Mark has said. A lot of time and effort went into trying to work through the backlog of trees. The first group of trees that we'll talk about are from prior arborist report that were listed on the website, and the second group of trees will be resident called trees. So again, a lot of time. Chris, thank you for working with Mimi and I as members of the select board and the planning board. I think it was a really collaborative process to get us where we're at here today. And it was very appreciated. So Mimi, if you'd like to give a little bit of history of how we got here.
I think Ms. Cook took care of that.
Okay, perfect. Vanessa, can you pull up the larger of the 2 files first? These particular trees that are going to come up on the screen behind you were pulled from arborist reports that were done over the last few years. And before it comes up on the screen. Nope, the other one. Sorry. Thank you. So these trees are what's posted on the website. We had gone through, Ms. Luttrell and myself, and looked through the list of trees. There was some cross-pollination between the two that was adjusted. So the list that was behind us, okay, there it is here. You'll notice there's different colors on the list from what's posted online. Just for a little background, there are trees on this list that are designated in red. Those trees are not dead, but death is imminent on these trees. There's an imminent hazard in keeping these trees up. Maybe is that a fair statement?
I wouldn't say imminent hazard, but hazard.
Hazard, okay. Then there's green trees, and green is a suitable color. The green are what we deemed in looking at them as still living trees and not something that we felt was appropriate at this time, that we would do an exception to these trees. And maybe jump in anytime and add as you will. And then the blue trees that are on the list as you go down through, Vanessa, if you want to pan through these. So can you pan through these so people at home can see? The blue, there were posting errors of different sorts. Some got blown off in some of the storms that we had, and there were various issues. So what we're going to be asking for tonight is the trees that are listed in black, which were from the original plan, and the red trees are what we're asking to be considered to be taken down. There were some comments that came in from Mr. Farrington. Thank you. And I'm going to give you kudos for actually taking the time to go and do what we did and walk all of these trees. So thank you for the time and effort that you put into these. I think you're going to find that majority of the trees on your list tied in with some of the exceptions that Mimi and I had as well. So you're definitely in good company on these. Specifically on this list, you had referenced 5 Gilmore Road. And 5 Gilmore Road, you'll notice is green on this list that we agreed that it was not the time to take it down. It was not dead. 92 Breakneck. Ms. Luttrell went and looked at this tree again tonight, and it's dead. Okay, it's
a very small little tree, and maybe there's another tree behind it that has leaves hanging over, so maybe it looked like that was part of that tree, but that tree has no.
If I recall, am I allowed to speak?
Yeah.
At 92, I believe there was one that was posted on the setback from the road a bit. That was like a double dead small tree, and then there was one.
Oh, that was 77.
Oh, okay. Was it 77?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize.
I looked at 92 today as well. It seemed to me clearly dead.
Yeah.
So,
And thank you. And then Chestnut Hill was on your list too, and you'll notice 3 trees on Chestnut Hill that we agreed on those as well. So I hope for this list that takes care of the concerns that you had as well. I'll open it up to, Mimi, if you wanted to open up to planning board for any questions on the trees on this specific list before we go to the next, to see if there's any comments, questions, or concerns.
I just want to make one comment.
Yeah.
Laura. So these trees all came, as Ms. Braccio said, from certified arborists, did tree out evaluations on different roads, and those evaluations were all posted on the DPW website. And these trees were listed as dead. On the arborist's report, it defines dead as not living. So we, when we were looking at the trees, if they were living, we called them out as not dead. Some were very close to being dead, but they weren't dead. So we called out those specific things. Thinking in my mind, if dead means not living, then what's on here should be not living. So any comments from the planning board, Mr. Mills?
No, just to, maybe you probably already said it and I missed it because I was asking me a question. But so are we saying we're gonna handle all these trees on this list, or we're gonna leave the ones that we say are not dead and the blue ones we're gonna keep, and we're gonna let the red ones and the black ones go?
So the red ones and the black ones are what we're gonna ask for a vote from both boards to move forward for removal.
Okay.
And the blue and the green are not. Some of them may come back up at our next quarterly meeting, may or may not, but at this point, it's only the two colors.
If I could just interject, I think that both boards need to agree that the green and the blue should be, should not be removed.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is the tree warden now, designate tree warden on board with that recommendation as well?
Absolutely. And I think it's important to note that prior to this process of this list, what DPW and our arborists deemed as dead was not the same as the planning board. But now we're all on the same page about what we're calling dead, you know, what's imminent. So that this process this time around sort of closed that gap, which was really important, because a lot of the things that we were going back and forth on through emails, we were talking about 2 different things, but we were talking about the same thing.
Good.
So I think that's important to note.
And so you're on board with the list that's presented in terms of the
Withdrawing.
red and the black.
Yes, absolutely.
And if I could just make one more comment, Mimi, before you move forward, I just wanted to also recognize we received a exception to a tree at 15 Woodbury that came in late this afternoon. You'll also notice on the list, Mimi and I had agreed with that as well, and it was already listed as green. So just to acknowledge the exception. Well, I'll tell you what, Andy, we'll let Mimi finish with planning board, and then we'll go through our, sorry.
Are you
No
all
other
set,
questions.
Ms. Houlihan?
Thank you. Thanks for all the efforts for everybody going to do this. Hugely appreciated. So I have the same question, Mr. Mills. Thanks for answering that question. And then those trees that were not posted accurately, really, maybe this is a process point versus specifically to these questions. Will we try to do this prior to another quarter or 3 more months?
So I think, Mimi, I'm sorry, your chair of the planning, I need to speak over you. I think the intent is, Marty, we're trying to get a warrant article for these, and in order to post and have another hearing, I think it's going to be a tight fit with getting a number together for town meeting. That's why we figured for the next quarter. We just want to move forward on with what we can to kind of take care of a little bit of the backlog. So I think the intent is on the blue to come back at the quarterly, which would probably actually be looking at a November potentially to have hearings. Because once the leaves are gone, it's kind of hard to actually go and look.
It is for me with my great arborists. I can say leaves, no leaves.
My last question is that just driving around, right? We saw the storm that you mentioned earlier, took some trees like halfway out or just limbs, but they're in the public right away. Are those, because they were damaged in a storm, are those now part of the to be discussed Or are those removed because they were taken down in a storm? Just where do those sit? Do we leave them halfway as trees? I'm just curious. I can go around and give you a list if that would help. Like just the ones that I've identified.
It's individual. I mean, if a tree lost its top, like at 9 Parkerville Road, that tree could stay there for another 30 years. It's only 30 feet tall and has 1 branch on it. I mean, normally, those trees would be removed.
So I think if it would be a hazard, Marnie, they could be removed now, but I don't think if they're not deemed a hazard, then it would probably be in the next quarter. I hope that helps.
Yes. No last question. Thank you, Mrs. McCall.
Mr. Meredith?
I just want to say thank you to everybody for all your help. It's really a kind of a pleasure to sort of get through this and put this all behind us. I just wanted to make a statement, excuse me, that as a green community, we ought to be thinking about replacement of trees because there's so many on this list, 100 or so trees. If we could agree that there would be a 1-for-1, inch-for-inch replacement of these trees. Sometimes if you walk down, these roads, there's no room to plant another tree. It's
Yeah.
just obvious. But in other cases, we have one set, I know on a couple of roads where we've got 5 large oak trees in a row that got wiped out. That might be a good location, for example, to put a couple of replacement trees. I think we've been thinking about that as part of the tree policy, and it doesn't have to be exactly in a spot that the tree was taken down, because maybe that's not a great spot. Might have been problematic anyway, maybe, maybe it's not a good spot. But I would like to kind of pressure test that because there's so many trees to see if we could make an attempt to replace inch for inch the trees that are being removed at this hearing.
Inch for inch.
Inch for inch is what I believe that's what Tree City recommends.
So if we take out a 50-inch diameter tree, we put in 51 inches or 225 inches or whatever.
Yeah, and again, that's kind of my point. I'm
They
looking
actually
for clarity.
recommend 2.
Yeah.
To replace 2, 1 tree, replace it with 2, but I'll take 1.
So go ahead, Amy.
So I think the inch for inch means if you take out a 50 DBH,
Which we have.
50-inch DBH tree,
Yeah.
that you would need to make that up in however many little trees. You can't
Right,
replace
10
it with
5-inch trees.
Yeah,
Yes, because you can't buy a 50-inch tree, and we know
Right.
we've got some 50-inch trees, so we would get 10 5-inch trees. So it's part of the like replanting. One of the things that we learned, and also from Christina Zanson, who came to visit us, arborist teaching at UMass, is that there's a lot of mature trees. This is why we're seeing so many of them die. But we haven't been really good about planting new ones. And so for the next generation, we want to see those trees because more trees are going to die. And so I think it's really important that we start thinking about replanting.
Don't disagree. Maybe are you with the planning board?
all set.
Okay, Andrew, I know that you had a couple
I'm
comments.
sorry, I was.
No, you're totally fine. Go right ahead.
So the list we're going through right now, this is not the resident.
It is not. We're
Okay.
gonna do it in 2 separate votes, for consistency.
And then on this, the arborist list, was this generated from the Maya
Yes,
studies? Okay.
yes. And again, this was done
A
over,
long time.
a period of, Chris, what's it, 3 years maybe? Okay. So, and again, I just want to also point out that this only covered specific streets. We're nowhere near covering the majority of streets in town. I think I even estimated like 128 or something like that with these lists. That's probably not quite accurate, but it kind of gives the picture that this is only the start.
Just to make
And
it clear that this is not all the dead trees in South Dakota.
exactly, that was my point, Kathy, that this is a start, and this was based on specific, reports and trees that had already actually been looked
So
at.
that's why the list concentrates on certain
Correct.
roads.
Correct.
Okay, and these are some streets where there are a lot of,
Yes.
some trees, very big trees right up against the side.
And these are all, I will add, these are all scenic road trees.
Yes, okay, that's all my questions.
Okay, Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. Again, kudos to all involved, major project, long overdue. And as Mr. Leroy suggests, I think it's very helpful in terms of getting everybody sort of on the same page relative to language and process and so forth. And it's also, I think, just to reinforce some of the prior comments, going to be a long trip here in the sense that we don't have infinite resources to go out and take care of all the trees in the next, 60 days or even two or 3 years probably. But I think if we've got a good process in place and continue to work at it and find funds each year in reasonable ways to dig into the inventory here, I think we can make great progress. I have a comment on Mr. Murray's suggestion about the replacement process. I think that's a great concept, but the challenge, I think, is that you got a limited budget. And so I think it's going to be actually an interesting conversation to get town meeting to support additional funds at the fall town meeting for the removal work that we have now. I don't know what it's going to cost to take down these 100+ trees, but my bet is it's not a small piece of money. So again, I think that for me, at least, the first priority is beginning to clear out the obviously dead trees. And as we can, I think it's great to replant and replace. But it seems to me that long term, we get to a place where we can do a lot of inch for inch kind of replacement, but we're so far behind now. I'd rather clear out inventory, more resources for clearing out inventory, and maybe 80% of what we have for clearing out and 20% for replanting. And maybe that flips in the long run. I don't know. But again, I think it's a great project and we're off and running here in a very positive direction. So again, thanks to all who did the hard work to get us here, and we'll keep pushing. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just got one question, which is, can you clarify for the public what Maya is?
Maya was a grant that the town received through Maya being the insurance.
Town's property, that is the insurance.
Okay, it was a grant that we had received for 3 consecutive years that covered the cost of the arborist coming up and looking at these trees on specific roads.
Okay, that's my question.
Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you. And thank you, Lisa, Mimi, and Chris for working together on this. I think this is wonderful that you could kind of come up with a package for us to review tonight. So that's great. My questions are related to timing and the amount of funding. So Lisa, you said if we were to do the next set of trees, we're probably would need to wrap up by November so that we could determine whether it's dead or not. Okay, so then when is the best time to take down trees, or does it not matter because they're dead?
So for these trees in particular, Ms. Luttrell had requested that they not come down until the fall. Even if we had done these hearings during the summer, Chelsea, the request for me, and you can speak to that, Mimi, of course. The request was to not have them come down until the fall. So do you want to kind of take a second and talk about why the fall was important to wait?
Well, fall through winter is the best time to take down and to prune trees. Pruning because it's best to prune trees when they're dormant, which is in the fall and the winter. And for the dead trees, even dead trees are habitat, and they're less likely to be serving as habitat during the fall and winter.
So how many trees are left on an arborist list that have already been reviewed on other roads?
We are up to date with this list, Chelsea. From Maya,
Okay.
there are no other trees.
Okay,
Based on
but what would we be reviewing in November then? New ones that come up?
You could potentially you may get some resident requests. Certainly you're gonna go back and we're gonna look at these blue ones, but if you look at the blue, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
5 with the head posting errors, and any that may come up between now and then from resident requests. So you're not looking at another list of 100 trees.
Okay.
It would be a very minimal number.
So I just think that when we put the article number together for this list for the bid, that we probably need to give a little bit of cushion for whatever could come up in FY23 so that we can do that before spring hits this year and not have to wait for town meeting next year. We wouldn't have to wait till next fall.
Okay, so when Karen puts her list together, we can incorporate the 5 blue posted trees in that number. Is that what you suggest?
I would even add.
And then a little cushion on top of that. For
Yeah, I think so,
residents
because,
that may come in.
right, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay,
Guys, well,
absolutely.
Just for clarity, so when we talk about taking down the trees, I know, I don't think it was the town that's done this. There's a couple of trees that have been left up, but there's a massive trunk and all the branches are gone and it's 20 feet high. We're talking about taking down the entire tree to
Yes.
within 8 inches of the ground.
Chris, you can answer that better.
Some, we call them standing butts. Some that are in town are from town tree work. What happens is when we have a contractor here, we can get 3 trees made safe if we go to that level. Then we would go back over the winter and have them take the butts down. So some of the ones that are here are from town tree work. Some are from National Grid. But when any trees that are in here would be taken to the ground. And if it's on the side of the road where a car could potentially hit it, somebody's front lawn, a snowplow that would cause damage, we grind the stump out and plant loam or gravel to make it safe.
Thank you for the clarity.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I noticed the gravel, we have one, I think it's by Red Gate on Flag, there's a couple large trees.
Yep.
That's actually the spot that's super dry, along that road, and I would ask that we don't put gravel, because then it means that we can't potentially plant in the future. I had wondered about that, because it looked like there was maybe a drop off in the road or something like that, but I think if the idea is that we're trying to replace some of these trees in the future, even if grass is growing, that's okay with me, but if gravel is there, it means it's never really a spot that we're going to be planting again. So I would ask that we don't widen the road by, once the trees are down. But maybe even what we can agree upon, if it's 80% of the trees or 60% of the trees, that we start looking at these spots, but if there's gravel, we're not likely to be able to use those spots.
Yeah, if I could speak to that, so that specific location on Flag Road, we got a resident request that the road was, there was basically a drop in the road. So we had to stabilize the road on whatever day the call came in, so we put gravel up there. In the future, I would assume we'll probably go back and either put grass or, but that was just to stabilize the road, so we didn't lose the road. Because if there's nothing there, the road's just gonna crumble, and then, we start talking about, potholes, et cetera. If it's in a location where there's road, because a lot of these trees unfortunately are in the road, maybe 10% of it, but when we grind that stump, you only see the stump above ground, but the stump goes like, it might go another 5 feet. So we're in the road or we're close to the road. So anywhere along the side of the road, we would put gravel just to make it safe. If it's in someone's lawn or on the side of the road where it's a grassy area, we wouldn't put gravel permanently.
And I think, like you said, a lot of these trees fall within the non-gravel.
Yeah, some of these are really tight to the road,
Right.
which is they're gonna be interesting when they come down if we grind the stumps.
So maybe if we made the agreement that any that don't have to have gravel
Yeah, I mean.
for future growth or future plantings.
Yeah, we would leave the stump. A lot of them, we leave the stump because it's natural. If the resident is okay with that, if it's in a wooded
Yeah.
area, we won't spend the resources to grind the stump because it's a pretty big labor intensive process. A lot of these stumps are, 4 or 5 foot
Yeah.
diameter. And by the time you get down, they're 8 feet wide, some of these cavities. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, is that good? Okay. Are there any comments from the public? Sure.
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
Again, as I said, thank you for addressing all of the we all appreciate it, and it's really good to get these hazards down.
Grant, do you want to come up here?
Oh,
Do you
sure.
mind? I'm not sure if the owl's picking you up.
Sure. Yeah, so I had a couple questions.
Yeah, and can you just do your name and address?
Yep,
Thank you.
Grant Barrington, 58 Flag Road.
Thank you.
So I had a couple questions about the list here, especially on Flag Road. I
Yeah.
noticed that under the address column, that the addresses for the location of the trees on Flag Road weren't listed for most of them. I think all of them except 2. So it's just a bit confusing to me, especially for the Flag Road trees, which ones right now are the green ones and which ones are slated to be removed.
So,
Because the street address isn't listed for, I see 22 Flag for number 27, but then for 28 through 35, there's not a street address listed, so I was just curious.
So I think that came from the arborist report that way. Mimi, when we walked it, do you?
So, this came from the arborist report, which Mr. Murray was nice enough to put
Yeah,
into
in
an
a
Excel
spreadsheet, yeah.
And then the DPW put it in alphabetical order. And the line numbers are the numbers that are posted on the tree. So that's how I was able to cross-reference what was here to the Excel spreadsheet that
Okay.
we had.
So is number 27 and 28, are those the two large trees near Red Gate? Is that what those two are? Just want to make sure that.
Tag numbers are out there too, so you can see the tag 2021.
Well, those both said 22 flag or opposite 22 flag.
Okay, I only see that in number 27, so I wasn't sure about the second tree there, so.
Yeah, if you look at the GPS coordinates, they're basically right on top of each other.
Oh, okay,
So that's,
great,
so those are the two that are right next to each other.
excellent, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
The other thing I did have a concern about was when I looked at the posting on the website for the one at Five Flag Road.
Yeah.
Which is a butt or, top tree. The pictures showed two pictures of the actual butt of the tree. But then there are two pictures of a live tree next to the butt. So I was just wanting to make sure that even though only one of the trees was posted, that the live tree next to it, since there are pictures taken, that wouldn't be.
Only the tree that's posted.
Okay,
And I was the guy that took the pictures. So that was me taking a picture down the street. There is the tree you can see in front of it. That is the
okay.
posted tree.
great, thank you. So yeah, I did have another question about on Sears Road. It was a bit hard for me to find the address, but I believed it was in between the two driveways of Sadie Hut.
Yeah, that's actually on the list. It's number 57.
Oh,
I
okay,
think you had the address as 64. We had it as 58.
okay,
So that is the tree, and that is a live tree. We reviewed that. It was already on the list as great.
okay, great. And then my last,
Did I misspeak, Mimi?
It's almost listed in black.
Oh, so
yeah.
I have it on my
Okay.
list as.
I made-
not.
Right, Mimi, so
not-
I corrected it on this, sorry. Mimi and I, when we went
Oh,
over, we
that's
got
right.
your comments
Oh, okay.
today, we went over it, and I realized that I did make it green, so I corrected it and had Vanessa put the correct posting up. So yes, I'm sorry.
okay, great, yeah.
That was me,
No,
sorry.
that's fine. I saw it as black on here, so I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, that's actually green now, so.
The other one that I was wondering about was, I believe the address was 52 Edgewood. There are two trees on either
Yes.
side of the driveway. Is that on this list or is that?
It's on the resident list.
Oh, that's
It's on the
on
next one, yeah,
Okay,
and we can certainly speak to those.
excellent. And the last one, sorry.
No, absolutely, that's what we're here for.
72 flag, I sent an email later this evening about that one.
I didn't see that one. Okay.
Sorry, I missed that on my original list. So if you're on Flag Road, there's like the 5 large dead trees all in a row. It's further off to the left. If you're looking at the 5 trees, it's down the road a bit. And it's about like half dead, half alive, but I wasn't sure if it was considered an imminent death one, but there are still leaves on it, so I was just curious about that.
Did you have a note on that one?
I think I have a picture here that I can pull up as well.
I think we had that one as dead.
Is that number 36 on the spreadsheet?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I show that it's dead.
I have a picture here with leaves on it, but from like July 28th. But it is, it's not in great condition, but I don't believe it's actually dead.
Mr. Leroy, have an opinion about that?
The trees that I looked at and tagged on Flag Road, I feel are all need to come down.
Either dead or structurally compromised.
Yeah, we've had pieces of that tree come down. We've had call outs in the, during storms, middle of the night, the last few years. I mean, that tree is coming apart. It is alive because it has leaves, but it made this list because it's not in very good condition. And it's on, the flag road is a well-traveled road and it seems like it needs to come down.
Has it?
And the arborist agrees.
The arborist was the one that said that it was dead, and we went out and we concurred with it.
And if we're doing work in that area, especially on Flag Road in that section, we're gonna have to close the road detour because those trees are so large. There's gonna be a crane. So while the crane is set up and we have the detour, we have the police, that tree needs to come down. For us to do it at that time, it makes sense fiscally for us.
Sounds sensible to me.
Okay, all right. Thank you. We'll see you back when we get to the rest of the list. But
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Follow up on Chelsea's question, which is a good one. It's unclear to me exactly how we plan to move forward with this, assuming hypothetically that we vote to remove 100 trees plus or minus tonight,
Yeah.
Money wise.
money wise. And that's
Can I
gotta-
jump in here?
Okay.
Okay, so there's $85,000 in the fiscal year 23 budget for tree steps, right? Arborist, tree removal, whatever. So the plan is to go to the special town meeting with enough money to fund this big removal, right? So Karen's gonna come up with a proposal, we're going to put that number in there. And based on what Chelsea said, which is a very good point, we probably need to pick up enough to fund everything that we're gonna do this round, including the next hearing. If we're gonna try to do this all in the fall, and I don't know how far that extends,
Yeah.
we need to get the money at the special time to do it, because that 85K is not going to do this, right?
And that's,
And then the
Yeah.
next bite of the apple will be fiscal year 24 budget, where we'll have a better chance to really think about this as far as what we want in the normal recurring budget.
but just set expectations. I'm interested in understanding sort of what the macro level funding looks like here, in the sense that if it costs us $1,000 to take out a tree, which some of these may, that's $100,000. If we have to go to a special town meeting for an extra, $20,000-$30,000 or something like that, I would guess that's probably a pretty reasonable expectation. If it comes back that it's going to cost us an additional $100,000, I think that's a pretty heavy lift for a special town meeting. So not that we shouldn't try to do as much as we reasonably can, but do we need to think about phasing this over, more than the next 6 months, 12 months here? Again, I'm sure we don't have a precise estimate of this, but if you had any rough idea.
$1,000 trees, not. a crazy
No,
number.
it's tough. A lot of these trees are craned.
Yeah.
They won't even touch them without a crane, which is $5,000 a day.
Yeah.
And the thing is, what we did is we focused on clumps on roads so that, like, some of these trees, it's one setup,
Right.
they could do 4
Yeah.
trees.
Yeah.
So we might get those 4 trees done in one day for $5,000, but if we did them 3 different times, it's gonna cost us $12,000.
And I also
So-
worried too, Sam, that we've had a hearing on these trees now, if we agree they come down,
Yeah.
and then we get another one of these crazy storms or something that comes through, and a car gets hit by one of these trees, we have a liability because we've agreed they should come down and we put off, so that was my concern.
So I'm not crazy about adding money at a special, I don't think that's what a special is for, except I would support an exception for this one thing, right? Because we've already told the town what our budget is for fiscal 23. We said this is your tax rate increase, so we can't throw a lot of money at special because it's not fair, but this is, if we don't do this, we're just gonna get we're going even further behind. So I'm all for making a big effort to, start this process with a big chunk. And then from that point on, making sure we consider what we want to do in the annual budget process.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that also. I'm just worried that if the number is too big, then
Yeah.
it jeopardizes a town meeting vote that says, no, we're not going to pay for it. So I think we got to balance it, and maybe as we get a better idea of specific costs, it turns out, for example, that there's something that's really expensive that we might be able to live without for a while. We can balance the pros and cons there, depending on the bids we get from both.
Yeah, and normally, the number that Karen puts in for the budget handles our resident requests on a yearly basis. This was sort of like one big project to get a lot of these busy roads with big trees that we've been looking at for a long time.
Yeah.
Let's just get them down, get them under control, and then we sort of work the list. that we come up with resident lists from the arborist, kind of peck away as those lists come in, but these roads that are really well, high traveled roads, we can get them under
I'm certainly in
control.
favor of that. I just try to balance what we think we can get support.
It's not all or nothing either. You get, there's a too big a number, then to be amended and cut down to we have to.
Yeah.
Take the worst.
Thank you.
Can I just ask Mr. Farrington a question?
Of course you may.
So I have 73 flag as not dead, but 72 as dead. Could that be 73? Do you have the posting number on it?
I do. Can you give me 1 second?
Yeah.
I have a tag number. I took a picture of the
Oh, it should be, if you have a picture of the posting, it should be on there.
posting itself.
Yeah, it should be on there.
And then here's the picture of the tree. Right half of it is alive, but the left half is
Oh,
completely
it might have been a weight bearing issue. I don't know. I'm just
dead.
guessing.
We know the resident, they actually requested, they didn't put it in writing.
Oh,
but
yeah,
they
so it's
requested it not.
35. I have that as 73 flag.
I know 35 is wait, much further down.
No, 35 is the tag.
Oh,
number
okay.
that's posted on it.
Oh,
So
okay.
we're in agreement on that.
Oh,
Yeah.
great, thank you.
Okay, that being said,
One more question.
you may.
We talk about the cost and everything. I mean, some of these ash trees, others, I assume there's some value, in them, right? So it's like, what happens to these? You just get turned into firewood and taken away and thanks for taking them? Or,
Mr. Leroy can answer that question.
Currently, part of the cost of taking the tree down is that the wood is removed. So they take into account what they're gonna do with the wood, whether they sell it for firewood. So that's figured into the price that we get. We don't keep the wood when they take these trees down.
It would be more
It's a full
expensive if you did.
Yeah, we keep wood of trees that we take down or come down in the storm, and then we have to get rid of it. Once or twice a year, we have to have a company come in and grind it all. But there's no value to it that we get. It just comes off the price of the tree removal.
So, that being said, with no further exceptions, I think we've addressed them. Oh, I'm sorry, Andrew.
The woman in the audience has a question.
Hi, come on up, if you come up to the table, and just give us your name and your address. Sorry, I didn't see you there.
Laura Reynolds, 3 Hill McLean. Just a clarification, if the special town meeting, if no additional funds are approved, there's $85,000, so you at least have some to start
Yes,
without adding extra funds.
yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you. So I think the easiest way to move forward is that both boards make a motion to support the removal of the trees listed in black and listed in red, with the exception of, we'll add 57 in because I know it wasn't on the list that you guys had, to make sure that 57 is included as well.
So this is the ones that are still in black is a total consensus.
Red,
So it
black, and
reflects
red.
Mr. Barrington's
Yep, because we were in agreement on the
Okay.
trees that he had an exception to.
and the woman who sent an objection.
Correct, same
Wood.
thing. She's a green tree on the list as well. So,
Then,
So 57 was a green tree, just.
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. On this list, it's green.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make the note that the list that I had sent you guys didn't have 57 listed as being saved.
Okay.
So going by this list, which is the only change is to 57,
Okay.
that I would ask the Board of Selectmen to support the removal of the trees listed in black and the trees listed in red for removal, and the trees listed in green and blue to be exceptions to this hearing.
That's a motion.
That's a motion, right?
Second.
well, I think, okay, you got a motion in a second.
So moved.
For discussion.
Okay. No, I don't have any comments.
Okay. Ms. Latrell?
Do I hear a motion?
so moved. Your selectmen's motion.
Okay, so we all have, well, we have to do a roll call vote on the board of selectmen. Yes, yeah, sorry. Chelsea? So I don't want to forget
Aye.
you. Okay, Kathy?
Aye.
Lisa, aye.
Sam, I.
Andrew, aye.
Aye.
Okay, you can do your,
Latrell, yes.
Mills, yes.
And yes. Mary, yes.
all right.
And are we going to make any statement as far as replanting, the intention to try to replant, if not?
Well, I think
inch
that
by
is
inch?
the goal would be, yes, but I think it's Sam mentioned, we need to look at the funding issue as well. I think for this town meeting, getting them removed, and then if we want to put a policy or something together, my suggestion for the annual town meeting, that would be an annual maintenance that would incorporate the replacement cost of trees.
So we can make a statement that we do replace trees.
Yeah,
which
we do.
probably all do, but we've got to fund it too, so they've got to go hand in hand.
And they couldn't be planted until the spring anyway. So it's, I think for an ask of that could be incorporated into a maintenance going into.
Since,
Yeah.
no, this list just concentrates on like less than a dozen streets. Right?
Correct.
So, I mean, I think it's very case by case, so, you know, so a lot of these roads are more on the south side of town. You and I are familiar, some of those roads are, I don't even know where it would be difficult to even find a place to plant a tree because it's so heavily forested already.
And that's outside of.
Oregon, Woodland, Breakneck Hill, some of them, woods.
I don't think
just
we
wanna-
should get into that.
Right, we
tonight.
certainly can
Yes.
create
So
a
that's
policy
what I'm saying.
between.
But we can always plant a tree someplace else too.
Right.
if we didn't-
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
There's plenty of opportunities. So I think the commitment is there, Mimi, that I think the board is supportive of looking at this and coming up with something that would be a replacement policy on trees.
Can we start the tolling with these trees though, because it could be, I mean, I think there's only like really about 10 a year or something like that. Like, if you look back, I know Chris went back at the list that was actually put together. Resident requests over the past like 10 or 20 trees a year. I mean, we're in a huge backlog right now, but I would ask that we start with these 100 trees and we say, we're committed to replace these. And of course, they don't have to be in the exact location. We're just basically saying, we want to start looking at the species that we're planting. They may not be great. They're getting disease. It may not be in that location. That location might not be great. But I am afraid that if we draw the line in the sand for like annual town meeting, then we're looking at replacing, 10 trees a year when we've taken down 150 this year. So I would like to start the tolling now with these.
What do you mean toll?
Add up how many inches are we taking down? And say, okay, we're gonna commit to that, it's not gonna be right away, we don't have, it has to get funding, but that if there's, 1,000 inches of tree, then that's what kind of goes into our theoretical bank of trees that we would like to replace scenic roads.
So my question is, so if we're going to town meeting to ask for the funds to remove all these trees, there's still that tree expert line item for 85,000.
Well,
So
that's
we're
what-
not going to use that for removing trees, can't we?
We are.
Use
That's
some of
the
that?
intent, is to ask town meeting for.
Oh, the
over.
difference?
Yeah.
Oh,
That also's got it, that's got to fund the arborist, there's other things that go to the 85.
And
It's
emergency.
already being used as we speak.
right.
So, I think it's gonna get used pretty fast.
So I would be comfortable making a commitment to continue these discussions on coming up with a policy that both planning board and the select board, and I think we have a start, I think we're in agreement that we need to do something, that, it's our obligation to do some level of replacement.
Maybe that's a task for the public planning board.
Hey, there you go, Mr. Stivers.
I mean, one thing with brushing is, I mean, there are times when the planning board has a project before them. Well, they can't fit all the trees on the site, and we have asked in the past.
Yeah.
We donate X number of trees to the town, so I think that aligns with what you're saying in terms of, yeah, let's start keeping a list, and if we just know, hey, it's only 5 straight native, oak ash, whatever, and say, pick any of these, we would like 5 of those that are 6-inch calipers, give them to the town.
Yeah.
And the town knows that they're gonna, be ready to accept them and plant them.
Maybe we can continue this process. I mean, this has been successful with having a planning board member and a select board member, I think, try to muddle through this. So maybe we continue that path on tasking not necessarily tonight, but tasking someone from both boards to work together to come up with a plan and a policy. That's just a suggestion. All right, can we bring up the next list? I think this one is going to be easier and quicker. I do. These are the resident lists. So, Mimi and I had also walked these, and then there were specific trees we had requested we walk with the arborist as well. We had questions and concerns. So, Mr. Farrington, if you want to come back up, I can certainly address some of the trees. Ms. Latrell and I can address some of the trees in particular that you had on your list.
Just for my purposes, would you mind telling me what the red is?
So the red is just trees that we deemed death imminent, that there was a hazard, and we're going to go through some of those with you on the ones you had exceptions to.
Okay.
For instance, let's see, can't do that one. 50, you mentioned Edgewood.
Yes, there are 2 trees at 52.
And 51. So Mimi, do you want to start on those 2 and we'll jump around on what we actually walk these ones specifically with the arborist? Not the Maya arborist, but an arborist in the town. So, or I can jump in, Mimi, either one, either way.
Let me get my South Row tree risk
Yes, I showed
assessment.
that
form.
to Mr. Yeah,
And so those 2 trees are alive. However, they're in very bad shape. The one on the, I think on the right of the driveway has extensive termite damage.
Okay.
It has fungus growth all the way up the tree, which is not a very good sign for the health of the tree. The one on the other side has extensive rot at the, most of the base is all rotted out, so that makes it very unstable. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Chris.
No, that sums it up.
yeah. So we felt those were definitely
Unstable.
unstable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huge, big, gorgeous oaks, heartbreaking that they, you know,
Well-
they're right over the road there.
And Mimi, why don't you continue on to 81 Oak Hill, because that was a tough
Oh,
one.
that was another one that broke my heart.
That one's breaking my heart as well.
It's a tough one, believe me. We tried really hard on that. Oh, Vanessa, oh, they're working on it. Okay.
Lost our connection.
Okay.
Are you guys going in order? Are we going down the list?
I'm actually just going through the ones we had exceptions to, and then we'll open it up to the board for questions on any other ones.
Yeah,
specifically.
that one had significant stem decay, many craters, and cankers, and I think Chris had been working on that for years, trying to trim it and keep it.
Did we have trimmed it yet?
And it's just a big, beautiful old tree that has reached the end of its life cycle, sadly.
Although it is still alive.
It is still alive. But it's on a busy road. I know that Chris has worked on it for many years, trimming things back to try and keep it going.
I think there were branches.
We've had
on that
pieces come
hanging.
off that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
9 Lovers Lane.
This is one before you go.
Sure.
This is one that I was a bit confused about because the posting itself, even on your list here, says 3 oak trees, but there's actually only one
Posted, correct.
posting on the tree. So I'm curious, is it one of the, like one half of the, because there's a split tree and then my understanding is that there's one nearby as well. So is it only one half of the split tree being removed or what's?
So the original resident request was he had 3 huge oak trees that he wanted down.
Okay.
So when we went and looked at them, 2 of them need to be trimmed. We decided they were structurally fine. They just leaned back towards his house. So we could take the weight off of them over his house, and one of them needed to be removed. And that was when you split the double tree, it's the whole tree. We're not gonna split the tree.
Okay.
And leave, because the half we would leave would be over the road, and then we would be back there.
And that's why only one was posted.
So we just,
So the other 2 will come back before planning board for trimming. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Your other one was 32 Flag.
Yeah, this is one that I know,
has been talked about as being potentially unstable.
Yeah.
But didn't ours look at this tree? Okay.
Yeah, and we talked to the property owner
Yeah.
there a couple of times.
He's already lost a big section of the tree.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so his
Yeah.
concern was that the rest of it is gonna end up in his yard again, and he might not get so lucky with falling in the side yard.
And
So,
it is severe base rot.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's rods. Cankers.
Cankers.
Cavities.
35 Breakneck Hill was one also. We walked this one with the arborist as well. And, Amy, you're doing good. Just, do you want to keep going from your list?
So that one looks much better from the street. When you get around to the back, it's just all completely rotted out.
Okay.
And decayed. And that leaves 10 Lettuce Farm. So when we walked this one a couple of times, this was a tough one. This is a really, really tough one. And we did speak to the homeowner while we were there as well. He had offered to get another arborist to come out and look at it. When we had walked it, I believe there was weight bearing issues on the tree. If you take off the whole side that's dead, all the weight is centered on, Chris, I guess you can speak to this better than me.
yeah, so
Obviously.
what originally happened was, this is a new resident now, the people who lived here up until 3 months ago called about this tree every 2 months for 2 years. And it wasn't in the condition it's in now. It slowly progressed where the ground has, everything over the road
Yeah.
is basically dead. So to trim that and remove that, it leaves all the weight, which is, you saw the tree, it's gigantic, over the house. Which, and the base has rot, there's issues with the base. You can't, our arborist felt that you can't leave that much weight being on the house side, it being a town tree now. It's a significant liability to leave it like that.
And we were hoping that he would have the arborist come out, and they may have had something that could have given us pause and.
That's unfortunate, yeah.
Mimi, do you want to add anything on this one, other than,
Well, I know that this one, another heartbreaker.
Yeah.
A few months ago, it didn't look this bad. It's really declined really fast, and a great majority of the crown is dead.
And the base is, something happening.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to discuss that one. Thank you.
so I think that covered all of the exceptions that you had on your list.
I did have two more, I think. Let me just check.
Did I,
So Eve Clemens, I visited yesterday and I didn't see a post anywhere.
That's a trim.
so
Okay,
that's why it
That was
was,
a trim.
Yeah.
is it that super large? Okay.
Originally, they wanted it removed, and we suggested that it just is 3
and it's not on the final list.
Oh, okay.
Clemens is even.
I was looking at the one in the packet, so.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. 'Cause, and then, so 77 Great Neck Hill, which I apologize, I'd gotten the address wrong previously. So there are 2 dead trees there that are posted. One of which is kind of set back from the road a bit, like, I don't know, 10 feet or something. It's kind of like a small double tree that's completely dead. There's one closer to the road, which is also posted, which looks to be alive. So I was just curious about that one.
So that one has also significant insect damage. In fact, I pulled some big
You did.
something out
She
of
did.
there.
It was kind of nervous, actually.
Gross Lisa out.
Totally.
Yeah, it has fungus growth.
Okay.
Stem decay.
I couldn't tell that, so, I think that's it for me.
Okay,
Thank you.
so, just for planning board, application and as well as the select board on this, the ones that are in red, weren't necessarily dead, but in walking with the arborist and talking about these, it was enough of a hazard that we all agree based on some of the comments you heard here, and we certainly can speak to if anyone has any questions on any of these, Mimi and I would be happy to speak to them. So if you want to open it up to planning board, Mr. Mills?
So I'm just going through the packet. There's none that are red on the packet. which is fine. Are there any that are green or blue?
Oh, only one blue, it's 184 Woodland,
Okay.
which is at the bottom. There was a posting on that one, posting issue on that. So we're recommending the 130 trees that are in the packet to -1, so 29 trees we removed.
No, that's all.
Okay. So this, of the, we're talking about the resident.
Yep.
Okay. And both lists, right? Because there was a supplemental one.
The addendum, and it's incorporated on the end, yeah.
Do these draw, and I had the discussion between planning board, select board, do these draw any objections?
We just went over them, Mr. Farrington.
Oh, your comments incorporated this, the resident.
Yes, I can separate them by.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and please come up, absolutely.
Laura Reynolds again for on number 15.
Sure.
The only thing I had on that is National Grid, 2 years before this was on here, had sent us a note saying it needed to come down. And my concern is that where it is, the limbs, there's wires that go across Southville Road. And already twice, there's been times when there's been a police officer because there were limbs in the road. And it's also where our house is. There's our wires that go from the road to our house. So the tree, it's like right in the middle and could hit either set of wires. So I didn't know if we could.
You want to speak to that one?
So when this came out, we were going to work in conjunction with National Grid. to
Yeah,
Get it done quicker.
yeah,
Because they don't have the availability of the equipment that the town has, loaders, trucks, to move that big wood.
yeah,
So when this gets approved, this is one that we would be able to, I mean, this isn't gonna cost the town, basically just our labor hours when we're here. So this isn't gonna be a contractor, that's, National Grid has already said off the, I mean, not in
Yeah.
writing, but that we're gonna do it hand in hand.
Yeah.
That'll be
Work
quick.
together.
so could we move that higher up?
As he said, it's not going to be a tree that's gonna come, that's gonna be what we're gonna ask town meeting to fund. It's gonna be taken care of.
So your concern is the timing?
Well, my concern is that there's limbs that are always falling and there's 2 sets of wires where,
So sooner the better, as far as you're
Yeah.
concerned.
yes,
And
yes.
We have to get approval. As soon as we get approval, I can talk to people, National Grid.
One tree?
We're not, but he's gonna move this one along, is what he's saying.
National Grid was basically gonna provide the
Yeah.
muscle to get it down, and we just have to provide the trucks,
We had to do.
equipment to get the wood out of the way, so we can get it done pretty quick.
That one is
Yeah.
kind of scary where how the wires are and.
Yeah, because it's going across the road and then it's going up to our house.
Yeah.
So they're like,
Just to be clear, you're not objecting to taking it down, you just want to take it down safely.
yeah, I think it's dead too.
It is
No, I'm
dead.
not-
It is done.
Yeah, yeah, so it's kind of we're in the middle of a perfect storm there.
Okay.
Maybe
So
it'll
would
get
you
in
like
touch
us
with
to
you
stay in
after.
touch with you as far as this one tree, as far as the timing?
Yeah,
Okay.
that would be great.
Absolutely.
Great.
Are you finished, Mr.
I know we was gonna go back to the planning board, sorry.
You can just write it on your email. It's easy.
Mr. Moore?
I just want to point out, I noticed a big difference between the arborist list and the resident list. And sometimes the residents are calling that there's a giant dead limb that just needs to be cut and not taken the whole tree. So it's very helpful, some of the notes that you provided, Chris, and me and others, it's very helpful to know, are we talking about trimming or are we talking about cutting? And I much prefer trimming and that we get into the habit of, actually the residents are the first ones on the front lines. They're looking out their windows. But I want to make sure that in the future that an arborist is going to be looking at all resident requests. So we're not clear on that. Is that part of our process?
Well, this process.
Yes.
Lisa and I went on a field trip and looked at all the resident trees, anything that wasn't dead.
Clearly.
Or, imminent death.
Yeah.
We had the arborist look at.
We did, we supplied a list.
Okay, so that'll be that's the process for the future.
Yeah.
Okay. Because a lot of times people say the tree's dead, but when it's really a limb's dead, it's something like that.
Yeah,
But I think to be fair, I mean, my experience has been that I think Chris and others have been, again, very focused on trimming where you can safely trim. I don't get any sense that the town has been
I mean,
Cut it down as the first option.
yeah, like you said, that 85,000 doesn't go very far. If we start cutting down trees that don't need to go down. And the problem is the trees that we've been taking down have been huge, large trees, so we're not able to take down as many with that 85,000. So we're always up for trimming, trust me.
Yeah, and I've observed that, and I think that's the right way to go, and I think most people prefer that, so.
Not to belabor this, but I just want to make sure that what Debbie asked is what we answered. What she asked is that going forward, if we get a call from a resident, there's going to be an arborist involved every time. And that's not what this. that's not
No,
what this
because if
says.
it's dead, it's kind of a waste of money to spend the arborist out to a tree that clearly is dead.
I just want to
So
make
Mr.
sure I
Lloyd will
understand the
go
process.
out
I
and
actually
look at
don't think that's the process that our little schematic, I don't believe that follows the schematic.
So,
Right? The green kind of like scenic trees, and I just want to know, like, I just want there to be a process, so, and I'm not clear, that's why I asked. I thought on the policy that exists, the
Yeah.
kind of like, I think the one that Vanessa drew up for us, there's sort of scenic road, and then there's the non-scenic road. I thought an arborist was involved in each of those.
No.
Am I wrong?
no,
Is that, so an arborist is involved in each of those?
So,
So I just want to make sure we're following a process.
so, actually, I agree with me. Of the hearing select board. Tree warden / arborist looks at the tree and determines whose tree, rather or not, it's a road tree. For the joint hearing, the arborist will review trees. So yes, it says before the hearing, yes, according to this, but what we found in doing it is it would have been only 9 trees out of the 30. Is that fair, Mimi? 9 out of the 30 we asked the arborist to look at, because the others were clearly dead.
That makes sense.
Right, to pay, so maybe your question is we adjust this a little bit until we get the policy, hopefully that we worked on, we can adjust the policy for that.
Yeah, I mean, I work with policy, so there's
Exactly, yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah, this was a learning experience.
It was.
So we could tweak, the little stages of the policy and get something that really.
Is
that's
planning
what
board,
we're saying, Mr. Short, wasn't it?
it was, planning board good meeting?
I believe, yes.
Oh, and that was looking for this. Go ahead, Commissioner.
A question, on Lover's Lane, where there's a couple prominent, like, top trees, there's like a cluster of 3 of them. that are-
What ends are left there.
Yeah.
Yes, do you know if those made it onto any of these lists that were?
No, because we weren't sure if a standing tree butt needed to be heard or if that's work we can just do. Because when they're left like that, we can go back and just take them down. We haven't because we didn't know if we could or not through this process, so that's something that we kind of
And,
need clarification on.
and we only used Andrew, if a resident
Okay.
called about it, it would have been on.
Sure, so I guess just of the, couple different handfuls of trees that does seem to be one where the street would look better. They don't look good right now. Everyone
Yeah.
seems to agree on that. Let's get that done.
Yeah, that work kind of got
That still
halted.
requires a planning board,
Okay.
it
It's not,
requires a
those are
hearing.
not exempted from
Yeah,
Mass General
nothing.
law, unless they were chopped
Maybe I'll make
after a
motion.
hearing.
It just,
Yeah.
And then
anything,
there was
All right,
a
I'll
second,
fill it before.
but those are,
Yeah.
those are not exempted.
so they would still require a hearing.
All right, well, just hopefully in the next,
Next
Yeah.
round.
the next.
Andrew,
6 months.
are you telling Chris a resident?
I was thinking about it, it's kind of strange,
The
it's
tree comes
the
along here.
opposite end of the town where I live, but,
Okay. Is that it, Andrew?
okay, yeah.
Sam?
So,
Chelsea?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, so that being said, and with no further objections, do we have a motion to remove all of the trees on the resident list minus 184 Woodland Road, which have a posting issue?
so move.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, want to start your motion and then we'll go round table for.
So moved, mirroring what.
Ms. Braccio.
Ms. Braccio.
Ditto.
Ditto. Okay, we'll do roll call. Ms. Malinowski.
Hi.
So, Ms. Brascio, aye.
Cybers, aye.
Mr. Bennington.
Aye.
Thank you.
Latrell, yes.
Those guys.
And yes, Mira, yes.
All right, that was a big challenge. Thank you to everybody. Chris, thank you for that. Mr. Grayson, are you good? Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're going to just touch on the.
I wish. Too big for my chicken, so.
Lisa, do you have to close the hearing?
Yes, thank you, Chelsea. Also, before you leave, Debbie, before you leave, we need to close the public hearing on the trees. So, do we have a motion to close the public hearing? Thank you.
Second.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Cook?
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski?
Aye.
Mr. Stivers?
Aye.
Mr. Dennington?
Aye.
Aye. Brashear.
Latrell, yes.
Rose, yes.
Houlihan, yes. Demiria, yes.
Do I have a motion for the planning board to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Latrell, yes.
Rose, yes.
Houlihan,
Planning
yes.
board, before you
Demiria,
jump
yes.
up, we're about to briefly talk about the proposed tree policy.
Just giving an update that the.
Oh, should we unadjourn?
Well, that's why I'm saying, you can adjourn, and listen, or you could wait and adjourn.
It's a 2-second conversation. Okay, so what we're asking, I know planning board is going to be talking about the policy, the draft policy at your next meeting. I'm requesting that the board of selectmen put your comments together that you have, send them to Mr. Purple, and planning board will send your comments as well. We'll incorporate the one document and then we'll go on from there. Quick, easy.
Quick, easy.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, select board.
Thank you, Amy, again, thank you for everything. Chris, thank you for everything. All right, I'm done.
So this is gonna be a test of our new commitment before these, right? So, yeah, okay, so.
Hopefully it's the last under tree here.
Yeah.
And the next item on our list is the next item on our list is to discuss the recently completed traffic study that was done by VHB. We're going to invite a VHB representative, Mr. Greg Russell, to come to the table. So by way of a little background before I turn this over to you. You may recall that at our first COVID outdoor meeting, we had a citizen's petition, that General Flag Road had asked the select board to put a truck exclusion on Flag Road. The warrant article was not binding because it can't be, it was a request. Select board, instead of deciding to do that on its own, and in fact, had decided that the better course was to basically study truck flow in the hotels, and we can make a good holistic decision as far as where we should put truck exclusions. So we'll forward to the special town meeting last November 1st, and there was a warrant article to fund a heavy truck study for $25,000. It passed. The contract was signed with VHB in December 2021 for $15,000 to fund the study. And here we are tonight. Study's been complete. It's been disclosed. Hopefully everybody's had a chance to read it. And we've got Mr. Greg Russell here tonight to basically walk us through the results of that study.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Like Spoke said, I'm Greg Russell. I'm a senior project manager with VHB. And we tried to take a kind of a holistic approach to taking a look at truck traffic within town and coming in, exiting town, and how to best review that and see what changes we could make, what changes we could improve, implement. So it's kind of how we got here. So again, as you said, that we started in signed our contract in December. Through the winter months, we got traffic count starting in March, end of March. Move forward. And basically, we're just trying to review the existing heavy vehicle traffic that was entering in and out of town, entering, exiting the town, kind of identify what the existing truck routes are through the town, what are preferred by the operators, and then again, identify those potential changes. And heavy vehicle exclusions, they're used by every town. they're to try and direct traffic where they want. And then you get to a point where you kind of hit a saturation point with them and they don't work the way they're supposed to. And so that was kind of the impetus for this selection. Next slide. All right, so the methodology we did, took traffic counts throughout the town, 12 locations, we deployed automatic traffic recorders to collect traffic data for 48 continuous hours. We looked at 12 points around town, and we tried to kind of focus those at the entry points to the town. And then we kind of supplemented that with available data. Those traffic recorders are kind of located on, say, the Marlboro City line on Marlboro Road and 85, Southville Road at Ashland and Westboro, Northborough Road at Marlboro, so stuff like that. And then we got peak hour train movement counts at 9 locations to kind of demonstrate or get an idea of what direction trucks were taking, when they hit a particular intersection. So Southville Road and 85, Johnson Road and Main Street, just to kind of get that idea of where they were headed. And that was kind of how we identified what the routes were and kind of those preferred truck routes and where we may want to implement other exclusions. Then we also took traffic counts from Mass DOT's website to kind of back up that, get ideas from Route 9, some turning movement counts that were taken both by Mass DOT, the Boston MPO, as well as some of the areas from studies from surrounding towns that may have overlapped, and just kind of driving around just to get an idea of some of them. So just a background, the existing roadway network, just consistent with every town. Town's roadway network consists of arterial roadways, collector roadways, local roadways, all with various purpose. Arterials, Route 9, Route 85, they're providing connections between communities, between major traffic generators. Collectors, kind of getting the residents to those arterial roadways or to some smaller destinations. Then local roadways are your standard subdivision roadways, cul-de-sacs. And I think one of the issues with Massachusetts, New England in general, and these old towns is you have a lot of roadways that are small, look like they're just local residential roadways, but they serve a bigger purpose. So on here you can see collectors. We have Fisher Road, Acre Bridge Road, Flag Road. So it's not; those wouldn't necessarily call those higher order roads usually, but because of what they're connecting, we're going from Flag Road and Deerfoot Road. We're connecting Route 30 and Route 9. So just because of where they are, what they do, that's kind of how these get brought into place. The town has 13 existing exclusions. Now that's based on what Mass DOT's records are, as well as that includes one that is not on Mass DOT's records, which is Gilmore Road. And those exclusions, run the gamut. We have Route 30, pretty much the entire length of the town. We have Central Street, Middle Road, Fisher Road, Chestnut Hill Road, School Street, and then Washington Street, which is a little small piece before it goes into Westboro. So there's a few of these roadways that, do they need them? Probably, yes. Do some of them, do all of them need them? Maybe some of them are contributing to issues on other roads. This brings us to the crux of the matter. What actually is a heavy vehicle exclusion for? So, heavy vehicles exclusions are aimed at commercial heavy vehicles. We have all sorts of public heavy vehicles, DPW trucks, utility trucks, public utility trucks, trash trucks, not necessarily. So the idea is that these exclusions are aimed at restricting commercial vehicles that have a carrying capacity of 2.5 tons, which if you look at the little graphic on the right, it's basically 5 through 12 up there. So, and pretty much anything with 6 tires and larger is what these are generally aimed at excluding. So these could be landscape trucks, could be larger Amazon UPS delivery trucks that are out doing it. So, which results in there are exemptions to these exclusions. One being any publicly owned vehicle is exempt. So fire trucks, DPW trucks, Mass DOT trucks, snow plows. Any commercial heavy vehicle making a delivery. So, and so one way to thing I look at is say for a road like Birchwood Drive, Plain Drive, both only accessible by a lattice one. Lattice one has a heavy vehicle exclusion. So any truck, any heavy vehicle that needs to make a delivery to either of those roads is exempt from the exclusions on lattice one. And potentially Main Street if that's how they're getting it. So anyone getting furniture delivered or moving out with a moving truck, or if they have a contractor doing work on their property, all those trucks are exempt. So then something just to keep in mind as we go forward. And then lastly, since 1995, state numbered routes are ineligible to be excluded. So in this case, that would be Route 9 and Route 85. Main Street is excluded already, so Route 30 is already excluded. So it's grandfathered in, but it wouldn't be eligible for one if that was requested today. And then I think one of the state highways also is ineligible, so that would be 9. Requirements. Mass DOT is the reviewing and approving agency. So the town will make requests. They will make requests based on the data, and based on requests. But they all go through Mass DOT's Boston office. Generally speaking, the warrants for requesting and approving an exclusion are within Mass DOT's amendments to the MUTCD, which is a federal document. So those are that's posted on Mass DOT's website. Generally, they're looking for roadways that have a truck percentage, heavy vehicle percentage of 5 to 8% of the daily traffic, or where the existing pavement structure is just not capable or not meant to handle those type of trucks. And then separately, if for whatever reason it doesn't work over the day, you can request nighttime exclusions on residential streets. In order to put in a heavy vehicle exclusion, you need an alternative route for the vehicles to get around the excluded. Easiest way to accomplish that is to have a route that lies entirely within town, and that's all you need. You can also use only state highway, so Mass DOT controlled roadways, so Route 9, and in this case, Route 9 and parts of Route 30 are the only state controlled roadways pretty much in this area. Or you can ask an adjoining town where you want to route the trucks through for their permission, and get written permission to submit that to Mass DOT. That's the most unlikely alternative, but maybe they need something from you, so you can, they might need a truck exclusion that they want to route truck through you. So that's kind of how that would work. So you're aiming to have the alternative route entirely within the town, which brings us back to the original issue of we've got to a point in Southborough well, there's really no alternative routes around certain roads, just because of the existing exclusions. So it's just up here kind of gives a general graphic of the existing heavy vehicle percentages that were identified based on the counts we reviewed. And as you can see, there were four roadways that were identified as having greater than 5%. Yeah. Which we have Northborough Road, or a section of Northborough Road that's north of Johnson Road. Flag Road. Parkerville Road. North of Route 9, and then Southville Road, which east of 85. So, you know, someone might say, it's like, well, why not all the trucks on Route 9, Route 85? Strictly a matter of the amount of traffic traveling over the roadways. You know, one thing to kind of look at is you can see Oak Hill Road and Route 85, Porterville Road are the same color. Which kind of gives you an idea of how many trucks are on Oak Hill Road. So, and then this is a similar graphic that is kind of depicting the actual number of trucks that are on the roadways. Route 9 and the north section of Route 85, north of Framingham Road, carry over 500 trucks a day. No surprise there on Route 9. Yeah, and then orange would be the next one down. I think it's like 300, one between around 300 trucks per day. The only road on here that has that color is Oak Hill Road. When I came driving down here, I kind of drove through town today. I saw more trucks. That was Oak Hill Road was the only road I saw trucks on when I passed. Yeah, so there were 2 trucks on Oak Hill Road. I think I saw one on 85 northbound when I happened to go under the bridge. And that was about it. So I didn't even see that many on the map, so I might have just taken me a good time of day. But, yeah, but that kind of just gives you an idea of the number of trucks we're talking about. So, you know, over 100 heavy vehicles a day, which in the grand scheme of things is, you know, not huge depending on the roadway, but you have Central Street, Southville Road, Oak Hill Road, Northborough Road, Route 30, and Marlborough Road, Route 85. So, and then, you know, on here you can see Northborough Road, Central Street, and Main Street and Route 30 are all already subject to heavy vehicle exclusions. So then the question is, are those exclusions doing the job? Are they doing what they should be doing? And what can we do to make them work better? Yeah, Central Street, there's stuff on Central Street, there's deliveries, there's DPW trucks. So the counts, and one of the reasons that they bump up the percentage of trucks that they're looking for is it's hard to identify what's a commercial truck versus a public truck versus just a residential, you know, non-private truck. Yeah, so they're looking for roadways that have obvious truck issues. Yeah, so Central, you know, looking at this, Oak Hill Road has a significantly higher number of trucks than Central Street. So there's a deterrent. You know, trucks come up Oak Hill Road, and they get onto Route 9, which was kind of observed from the turn movement counts that we looked at. And then I guess one thing also to keep in mind is that there are heavy vehicle exclusions in Ashland that limit the ability of heavy vehicles to access Route 9. The intent may have been to come down Southville and up 85, but those trucks appear to be coming up Oak Hill Road and to access Route 9 westbound. So that's just kind of, once you get all the data and kind of put together, that's kind of some of the things that we looked at. So this is just kind of a general slide showing kind of the routes that we observed. The solid lines appear to be what would be considered the primary routes through the town. And then the dotted ones would be more secondary routes. So, you know, for instance, we have a, Southville Road, there's an obvious track going straight through Ashland to Westboro, so obviously a cut through. But there's also a other defined route that's going up 85, because there's a definite drop in heavy vehicles traveling westbound. And they're going up 85. Oak Hill Road, same thing, we observed a pattern of them taking a left onto Route 9 westbound. And, and then up at North Road, Johnson Road, we kind of get from what we could tell, the bigger trucks were making that, weren't going down Main Street, but we were going up, going back and forth between Westboro and Marlboro, up, onto Cedar Hill. And then we have these kind of smaller ones that, there's obviously truck patterns on Deerfoot and Flag, there's truck patterns on Parkerville, and there's trucks using like Acre Bridge Road to access Marlboro. So, this was kind of what we came together, and then, so based on some information, based on the data, we kind of pulled together some ideas to look at moving forward. And then that would be, kind of our findings. So there's a few things here. So one, we would consider taking into consideration removing the existing heavy vehicle exclusion on Main Street, or on Route 30 in general. It's in general, it's having just been reconstructed, it's probably the best local roadway in town that's capable of handling the vehicles. And for that matter, there's not really, we didn't see a major desire of trucks to kind of come through that way. I wouldn't expect a major increase in truck traffic because of that. However, in doing that, we don't want to create problems on other roadways, or by doing that, we want to solve problems on other roadways. So we did consider, lay out some consideration for what roadways you might want to add as exclusions or evaluate. And explanation on the graphic. So the purple colors are existing exclusions that we were recommending to remain. Green was the one to be removed. Red were ones to consider requesting exclusions on, and then blue would be potential nighttime ones. And one road appears twice on this, for the reason I'm getting into. So, for instance, we said consider Flag Road and Deerfoot Road. Deerfoot Road on its own doesn't qualify for a exclusion, just from a percentage, truck percentage. For whatever reason, most of the trucks were counted down on Flag Road. So whether that could mean there's a pattern that's kind of in that southern part of Flag Road and Deerfoot Road that is not being observed between Main Street and Flag Road. But if you want to keep trucks off of Flag Road, you have to keep them off of Deerfoot. Use that north end. So because the problem in a lot of cases, the problem is it's like a truck will get onto an excluded roadway, and then all of a sudden they're on an excluded roadway. So that was kind of why we included Deerfoot. That's the same reason why, if we're going to keep the exclusions on Northborough Road, then we would recommend excluding Johnsonville, because there's no reason for any commercial trucks to be there anyways. So that would just prevent any confusion of someone taking a left turn up there and a right turn onto Johnson Road and say, well, I can't go anywhere. I can't go anywhere now because every other road is excluded, so I'm just going to keep going. And then similar with Acre Bridge Road. So, and everyone's like, who cares about the trucks going down Acre Bridge Road? They're gonna take Farm Road to get to Route, and Marlboro to get to Route 20. Well, Farm Road is an excluded road. So trucks aren't allowed on Farm Road. So you get the same issue. Yeah, on Acre Bridge Road as we had, as you know, you might have with Cedar Hill or Jericho Hill, where trucks come down and can't get anywhere. Yeah, so it's a kind of a keeping in mind what's going on in the towns around. So to kind of provide a kind of like a holistic network here in trying to keep the vehicles on the main roadways. And then Oak Hill Road, we looked at both for a full exclusion and then as a nighttime exclusion. The issue with Oak Hill Road is there's not really a good way to exclude it because there's no alternative route around it. Because it's not excluded in action. So once trucks are on there, it's not, it's difficult to get to, or difficult to get around. Yeah, it's definitely worth asking DOT for, because it's of the roadways we counted, other than Route 9 and Route 85 that had the most trucks on it in the town. They also have the highest number of vehicles period compared to other than 85 and Route 9. So it's definitely worth asking. I would be skeptical that Mass DOT will grant it because A, it's got the traffic signal at the end, so it's probably one of the safer ways for trucks to get onto Route 9. But be it as it may, it's still for the most part a residential roadway. So if you cannot get a full exclusion, then it might be worth asking for an overnight exclusion. And then we also mentioned the same thing about Pine Hill Road. It's not a, there were not a lot of trucks observed on Pine Hill Road, but again, it's not a great road for trucks to be on. It's narrow, and Edmonds or Parmenter are the best roads for trucks to be on either. So, and it is a residential neighborhood. So the idea was that maybe try there for the overnight, and there might be some amenability to that to next year. And then other idea would be just to reinforce that those kind of measures would be evaluating where the heavy vehicle signage is and who's responsible for it is either Mass DOT or the town, depending on what roads they're on. And the issue with some of the signage is that just based on the layout of the roadways, the intersections, sometimes you can't see it. Richards is a excluded route. When you're traveling north on Parker Road and you're going to take a right on Middle Road, well, there's a sign there excluding trucks, but just because of the way the intersection is configured, but you don't see the sign until you turn onto it. So yeah, it might not be an issue the second time, but it's just trying to look at all the signs, make sure that they're visible. They're signed all over the place on Route 30 once you get outside of downtown. But again, Framingham Road is not an excluded road, so if a truck is traveling on Framingham Road, where are they supposed to go? They can't get anywhere until they without going on an excluded route. So that was kind of our overall look at it, and then in the long run, just kind of continuously monitor. If you do remove the, if it's decided to ask them to remove that Main Street exclusion, or if another exclusion is added, the idea would be to continuously monitor any impacts, because you don't want to cause a problem, solve one problem and then cause a problem elsewhere. You don't want to put a exclusion on Flat Road and Deerfoot Road and then have all the truck traffic go down Park. Or you don't want to, again, it's just a matter of making sure that the whole thing works together. And that's kind of the general overview. Any questions? We can go over specific, try and go over specific questions.
So thank you for this. I am really impressed at your knowledge. You probably work with the stream when you're talking about the roads and stuff, though, so you seem to know our roads very well. And I also want to thank you for the report. I thought the report was very easy to understand as far as truly what you were trying to say. So it was true too. Okay, so I'm going to start questions and we'll go this way this time. So why do we have the truck exclusion on Main Street today? Do you know?
I was told that basically it was to avoid getting traffic, it was to avoid having Main Street be a cut through for Route 9. Yeah, when Route 9 backs up, to avoid traffic coming through. That's one reason. There's a few other reasons that the one that was, we had a towing company. It was down on Park Tens. Now, which, so, the idea was to kind of minimize the amount of truck traffic that was related to that. Now, the issue with that is that that whole business was excluded. Or is kind of exempted from that exclusion. So, because that was their place of business, and anything going to and from there was exempt. So there are a few different reasons for why that exclusion was there in the first place. Looking back on it, was it a good idea? There's some pros to it. There's probably just as many cons to it. I don't, I've worked in and around Southborough for a long time, and I haven't seen, seen Route 9 back up till the cows come home, and I've not seen a huge influx of cut-through traffic through the downtown area. It does happen, there's obviously times when there's nothing to do about it, but there are enough ways around it. And generally speaking, most, especially the larger trucks, they don't want to leave the road like Route 90, because there's just Main Street's a wide road with regards to Southborough standards. But you still have to. It's not a straight road by any means.
Because your recommendation of taking that one off, so this whole thing got started because of flag road, right? So your recommendation about taking that one off, putting it on Flag and Deerfoot, you seem to think that that's not going to cause a big influx of trucks going into Southborough on Boston Road, taking left on Main Street, right, making that hard left. So you don't think it's going to happen?
I don't think there'll be a major impact to truck or increase in trucks going through.
And if we were to vote to take off the current exclusion on Route 30, take it off, we'll never get back because it's
That's
so, take it off, we'll do it forever. All right, now let's go to Oak Hill. So Oak Hill is partly in Southborough, partly in Ashland. So you're saying that if we wanted to put the truck exclusion on Oak Hill, and that was one of the more surprising things I saw in this as far as in the trucks in Oak Hill. So if we wanted to do that, we really maybe SOL, because you guys get Ashland to agree to do it too.
Most likely.
Yeah.
I mean, you might be able to get, I think that the key with Oak Hill, I think, has something to do with, and I could be wrong because we didn't go, into framing in Ashland, but the existing exclusions in Ashland are directing trucks
Onto Oak Hill.
They're directing trucks into Southborough to access Route 9. That doesn't mean they can't access Route 9 by 85, but
why aren't they doing it? Why wouldn't a truck go on Southwell, take the right on 85 versus coming down Oak Hill and taking the left?
Most trucks would rather take a left than a signal. So that's part of it. And then I think they just don't want to drive, if they're in Ashland, they can just go cross them.
Okay, but to be clear, I'm not sure. So since Oak Hill is in both towns, DOT is not going to let us put a truck exclusion on Oak Hill unless Ashland asks for the same thing, and they're not going to make Ashland do it. They can't force
Yeah,
Ashland.
yes, the town will have to, the towns will have to work together. If you wanted, if both towns wanted to, so, and then they may be getting residential requests too, so it's a.
But what would the not exclusion would be the same thing? You still have to get,
So net exclusion, you'd probably have better luck, just because it's, both towns are both, they're residential roadways, and there really weren't a lot of, we didn't observe a lot of heavy vehicles overnight.
okay, so now let's go to our flag, the interest for this. So you say you're going to do flag, you got the Deerfoot, because you're going to end up just throwing everything on Deerfoot if you do flag. But Deerfoot doesn't qualify as far as the 5%. So how do you get the DOT to buy that? That's a subjective thing that you're.
So so we'd have to speak with DOT, and I think, we've spoken to DOT about this, in general terms, not necessarily flag road in general, but the idea, and I think they're appreciative of the town kind of taking a step back and looking at the town as a whole. And kind of, looking at, what makes sense rather than, kind of reacting street by street. And it's just a matter of like, there are a couple of roads. I forget the one, but it's right on the west side of 490, the northwest corner of 495. That is a truck exclusion. There's nowhere for any vehicles to go that are delivered. So, there's some that are just not beneficial. So I think Mass DOT, if Mass DOT, if you were to take the one off Main Street, and that one extends from the Westboro town line all the way, including the off ramps onto Route 9 or Furman Ave. So there's no, any truck that you see on there is there technically legal. So, so it's like, I think they'd probably be appreciative of that and understand why you're doing certain. So I think there's a way to make that case that this whole connection should be excluded.
Okay, so stick on again, flag difference. So you got Middle Road that already has an exclusion, Middle Road North.
Yes.
Okay, then you've got Parkerville, which does not have exclusion. Okay, next up would be Deerfoot and then Flag. So if you did Flag, Deerfoot, you already got Middle, then doesn't that risk putting a bunch of traffic on Parkerville that has a school, 2 schools on it?
So there is a potential. I think first off, the intersection of Parkerville and Main Street is much worse. Trying to get out than trying to take, if you're trying to get right onto Route 9. I personally would rather take your right off of Flag than Parkerville, just the way it's configured. I think the goal here is to kind of force people, have trucks, the goal would be to have them use 85 or take a right. If we're concerned about trucks coming off Johnson like that and coming down Flag and Deerfoot and Flag, we'd rather have them go right.
Yeah.
And go out.
Parkerville.
No, I think we'd rather go Route 30 to Route 9. Route 30 west, rather than take part. Now, obviously, some of them are trying to get to 495, so there's ways. We're not going to be able to solve everything, and that's why I think there's a matter of hopefully if we take because I think we only observed. I'm trying to remember from the council, the 3 we observed 3 trailer trucks on Flag Road when we did the counts. So the question is, and then not all of them went all the way up to Main Street. Yeah, so some of them were doing a loop.
And
There
there's a
are,
reason they do that, and we actually understand. Okay, so just to be clear, and I'll turn it
Yeah.
to Lisa. Because I think that's where the biggest concern is gonna be, is taking the exclusion off. And you believe, and we have to do that if we're gonna get it on flag in Deerfoot?
yeah, so the issue is, you have no other route that is not on, that does not incorporate another excluded route to get around Flag Road. Yeah, so because one way or the other, you have to use Main Street, which is excluded in both directions.
Okay, so we have to do that if we want flag and in Deerfoot. And you believe, based on your experience, that we really aren't going to cause a big problem on Route 30, Main Street, Route 30, as far as big trucks going through town, or brand new road.
Yeah. That would be, that's like, that, from what I've experienced, working in Southborough, around Southborough, the majority of the trucks, they're trying to get to Route 9, or they're trying to get to the Pike or 495. I haven't, they tend to, I've seen, for the most part, they seem to be using 85 the way it's supposed to be.
Thank you. I'm just gonna ask you a couple specific questions to your report. So you mentioned that Gilmore, Mass DOT doesn't have Gilmore as
It's not listed on the map. Karen pointed out. It's like,
so does that mean that even though we view it and it's posted, that
we can, yes, we can.
we definitely should
She,
follow up on that?
and so there, I mean, there's,
Okay,
that can definitely be added to the map based on the information.
okay. So just to touch on quickly, on, what is an HVE? We talked about like landscape trucks. So just to be clear, for instance, if we put a restriction on Deerfoot and Flag, landscape trucks of a certain size would not be allowed, or would there be an exception for those?
If
I just
they,
want to be clear.
if they're going to a house,
Residents,
a residence on
Okay.
Flag Road.
just wanted to be clear, because I know I'm gonna get asked that question.
I'll ask the second part, and if they're not going, they can't cut through.
If they're not, if they don't have a destination on that road, or a road that they can't get to otherwise.
Yeah.
Then they shouldn't be on it.
Okay, so when you did your counts, buses are number 4, they're not number 5. How do you exclude them on your counts? Because you did the counts in March.
Yep.
So Parkerville, the numbers were high,
Yes.
and I'm wondering if a percentage of that was because of buses,
Um,
or if you excluded them,
no,
if you did,
so we have buses counted separately. So,
through your counters, does it, I'm just trying to.
so the way the counts work, they're cameras.
Got it,
So
okay,
that, yes.
fair enough. Okay, that was an easy one. And, yeah, I had questions on like the alternate, what would the alternate roads be for, okay, specifically. But you kind of answered that. And if we did try to apply, say, for all of these roads, including Oak Hill and Pine, we do apply for an HVE for both day or full, and then apply at the same time for an overnight, or would your recommendation be based on the requirements of what Kathy spoke about with Ashland, do we just shoot for one?
I mean, we'd probably have to talk to Mass DOT
Okay.
about the best way about it. And one thing I will just point out before we go. Yeah, there will need to be more data collected prior to any application. So, just.
Why is that?
But we didn't count, so we didn't count data on every. Yes, we might actually have, we didn't take it, for instance, for Acre Bridge Road.
Okay.
We didn't take a continuous traffic count on Acre Bridge Road because it didn't seem warranted for what we were looking at. If you were going to ask for an exclusion on Acre Bridge Road, we would have to get the data. We may have it already in some project. But the local signals there at some point, so. Yeah, so it's just it's a matter of how it gets broken down.
Those are my initial questions.
Chelsea, you want to go next?
Sure, thank you. And thank you for the report. I also found it very helpful. So on the Oak Hill truck exclusion, if Ashland has truck exclusions on their side, does that mean that we gave written permission to have Oak Hill be an alternate route?
Not necessarily. It's a matter of, I'm not entirely sure what their alternate route was that they submitted. So it could have been go, from their standpoint, it could have been go west or go east and use a road in Ashland to get up to Route 9. Knowing that even whether they knew anyone was going to take that or not, it was still a reasonable route within the town, so they wouldn't have needed written permission. And I'm not entirely sure when that exclusion is going to affect.
Okay. Related to the flag route, if we were to put a HVE on there, what would the alternate route be for someone going westbound on Route 9?
To get to Main Street, or to get on westbound.
Yeah, like let's say they were coming out of a business that's west of 85.
So the alternate route could either be send them back to 85 and go down to Route 9. I would have to double check because where the state highway on Route 30 ends, because if the state highway goes all the way to Route 9, you don't need, that can be the alternative route. Because it's, you don't need.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you would still have to rely on that connection though in Westboro.
You could write the alternative route as being, you go back to 85 southbound and access Route 9 westbound from Cordoba Road. Yeah, so they'd have to either, I'm just trying to think of businesses. Yeah, if you're traveling westbound and you're there, they can continue west because Westboro doesn't have an exclusion on Route 30.
I'm just trying to understand if we would need to get any sort of written permission from Westboro in the scenario that you've outlined here.
Well, we'd have to check with DOT because Route 30 is exempt. Route 30 in Westboro is exempt from the heavy vehicle exclusion, so you might not need.
Okay. Okay. I think those are my. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Sam?
Yeah, a process question, Kenny. I actually have a number of questions that I'm not eager to spend a lot of time drilling through right now, but can any of us who are interested maybe follow up individually with Greg to talk about some of this stuff to make sure that I understand?
We're not moving on truck exclusion. We're just trying to listen, ask our questions, and then decide what our next step is. So I see no reason for people not to follow up directly.
Just a couple of high points here. Again, very helpful study. Good ideas here in terms of things we might want to consider.
Yeah, so Mark is suggesting that what we should do is go through Mark or Vanessa to funnel any questions after I to Greg.
And I guess one of the things I would value is the opportunity to talk directly, sort of back and forth. I can ask questions, but it's the follow-up questions that probably generate more conversation there. So I would do that. But seems to me to be
I can get expensive. Well, in all seriousness, I mean, it just depends on how deep the conversations go. That's also just trying to facilitate it, just try to make sure that we're not verging too much on time, which is going to get, another.
Or maybe allocate a certain amount of time, half hour or something.
Well, we've got some room left in the 25K. So that was your concern is the additional cost of doing it if we start our margin at a time.
Just
okay,
just trying to keep an eye on the dollars. That's all.
Okay.
Few questions then. Greg, did you look at development work in Westboro, particularly, and the Amazon facility over there, as well as other things that they're doing. They've announced some big projects along that line here. I think some things that are going to affect traffic coming in from the west and Southborough. Those kind of things, I think, are likely to increase the pressure there.
Yeah. We didn't look at specific developments. I mean, it was we have general background.
Okay. And I think it's worthwhile to sort of think of hypothetical scenarios. If you get a lot of pressure from the southwest there, maybe protected on Southville Road, for example, to be able to avoid a crunch there. One of the complaints that I've heard a number of times about the Pine Hill Road is that there is a big surge of FedEx trucks given the New York Avenue facility there. So if we had an overnight exclusion, for example, can you make that run through like 8 or 9 a.m., for example, to not allow that kind of push on a road that's a very residential road there?
Yeah, that's something you could ask DOT about. Generally, they're looking more at a kind of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. kind
Yeah,
of.
I understand.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's definitely something.
I hate to pick on a particular organization, but that sounds like, and I've actually been caught up in some of that traffic there. It's a convoy sometimes.
Yeah, no.
I can believe it. So, also, in terms of the Oak Hill, again, that would be another place where, if you can't get the full exclusion extended overnight into the morning hours, kind of thing too.
Yep. So again, that's something, and I think this is going to require a kind of a sit down with Mass DOT to kind of go over everything. There are
several possible proposals.
Yeah. See what they're open to.
And again, I think thinking about Ashland and Hopkinton, for example, understand what's going on there, to create pressure there, to try to anticipate some of that. I think would be very useful. And why again can't we do Parkerville? North of Route 9.
So there's no reason why we can't ask
have to
that.
know the traffic volumes, presumably, right?
Yeah, so it's just a matter of the percentages were high. It's it's kind of.
Is the school traffic there? I'm not the justification for that.
It's potential.
A lot of school traffic, a lot of kids walking around there, for example. Yes, and I hear a lot of complaints about speeding. Parkerville, which is not quite this issue, but again, taking cutting that off as a new cut through route, for example. Some of the other things makes sense.
That's not all.
Okay, that's all we for now. Then I've got some other things I'll follow up later. Thank you.
That's fine. Andrew?
I think in the interest of time, I will stand down and just any follow-up questions, I'll talk them through Mark. But thank you for your comments.
Okay, so we're done. Okay, so lots of public comment here. Ms. Houlihan. Come on.
Yeah. Hi, Miss Marty Houlihan, 26 Clifford Road. I'm here as a resident. I'm confused because I'm looking at the scope of the proposal. And so we're talking about counts on Flag and on Parkerville. And as I look at the proposal, which was included in the packet, the automatic traffic recorder counts and the turn movement counts. None of the 11 that are listed even mention Flag Mark. So I'm at Work Parkerville, so I'm a little confused as to how we have data points on those two roads.
So we took traffic counts on Flag Road previously. So that's where those came from, as part of the original request to put in the heavy vehicle exclusion on Flag Road. The ones on Parkerville came from that, I believe. Mass DOT had a record of those, so we utilize those as a basis. So again, anywhere where historic Mass DOT data was used, if a heavy vehicle exclusion was requested, we'd have to again get additional or new counts.
Okay, so then my follow-up question would be, part of your deliverables are to do this data breakdown data presentation. Is what was included as your final, or what was presented here, final, or does it include data tables that will be accessible to the public?
The data can be provided.
Perfect. And my only comment on this is the presentation was easy, but I think legends are really helpful. So although you know the colors, no one else does, so it'd be good to add those.
Agreed. Yeah, I saw that this afternoon.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Denari. Come on up. Debbie Tamir, FFG, Flag Road, speaking as a citizen. Okay, so I want to start in a different place. I think Southborough is really unique in that we have a lot of these arterials and state roads. So just to remind everybody, and I didn't really hear a lot of it, but I might have missed what you were saying. So we've got Route 30, Route 9, Route 85, Route 495, and Mass Pike. That's where a truck should be. So I'd like to rather think about this in terms of where should the trucks be instead of where should the trucks not be. And so that's where the trucks should be. Anybody that's truck or car traveling on, for example, Route 9, and they need to turn around, they're going the wrong direction, they miss Ken's, whatever. They can simply go do the cloverleaf. They can go up 495, do the cloverleaf, turn around. Or they can go into Westboro. They can use, I think it's Computer Research Drive or something over there, and they can turn around. So I don't see really any reason why trucks need to be, going on our roads that have already exclusions, Deerfoot, Flag, Harperville, that sort of thing. Because I think we're kind of unique as a town because we have these roads that are already designated. It's high volume.
Those roads don't have exclusion.
They don't have exclusions. So meaning which ones?
Deerfoot, Flag, Parkville, none of those have.
No, is your only one right there that has exclusions. So that's what we're talking about, is add exclusions to possibly 2 out of 3, maybe even 3 out of 3.
Right. So I'm sorry, maybe I misspoke. I'm just saying, I think that there's 5 routes that trucks could use. And I don't agree, I'm sorry, but I don't agree that we'd have, if you put a truck exclusion on Flag Deerfoot, that you would have to take the exclusion off of Route 30. I don't think that they're connected at all. I think there's, some towns have set up things like safety zones. Northborough just did something like this because they were concerned about the traffic around Bartlett Street. And so Flag Deerfoot is the entrance, Deerfoot is the entrance to 2 of our schools. On Main Street, we have an entrance to Face School. So I think it would actually be absolutely disastrous to put trucks in our downtown area. We just went through this big planning with our downtown district and master plan to talk about having a more walkable downtown and people coming out and having it more like a meeting place. I just can't imagine trucks zipping down there. And if we opened up Parkerville, for example, or that section of Main Street, we'd be opening up Parkerville. We'd maybe be opening up Sears. There'd be cars going through Ledge Hill. It would be, I think, disastrous.
But hold on, because that's what I was trying to get to.
Yeah.
So what Greg said is that he doesn't believe that if we were to take it off Route 30, he says that we have to take it off Route 30 if we want it on Flag Deerfoot. So we got to get this straight.
Is that correct? Why is that correct?
This is just a matter of having a alternative route around that road.
But the routes of 85 and
But you
9,
can't get to 85
from where?
from Main Street.
Well, so it's got an exclusion. I know that was one of, I actually had been asking to see the protocol for a long time because the question that was asked, I think, wasn't really the question that we were all trying to get to, although I know you were trying to answer a lot of questions. But the question was, if you're a truck on Main Street, right, how do you get, to across town or where you need to go? You shouldn't be on Main Street because there's an exclusion. So trucks that are trying to come through our town, they've got 30, they've got 85, I mean, sorry, not 30, they 9, 85, you can do the Cloverleaf, they can go Pike, you can do a number of 495. We have a huge variety of choice. I'm really concerned for a couple of things. We do on Flag Road, thank you for finding out this for us, we meet the minimum requirement. In many towns, and I've given examples to Mr. Dennington, I think from Dedham and maybe Northborough, the exemption for allowing a road to have a truck exclusion is if there's schools on the road. And we do, and so we've got entrances to Trotter and Neary, so I'm very supportive of putting the truck exclusion there, but not at the expense really of closing, of funneling trucks through our downtown. I don't see that connection at all.
Believe it might be Dedham or Danvers, it's one of the two.
I think it's Dedham.
So Dedham.
Yeah.
So Dedham had, that's a, I think, I don't know, it's a bylaw or it's something that the town has set up in addition to the Mass DOT requirements, but they also don't allow heavy vehicle exclusions on arterials or connectors, which are, like flag road.
Flag is a
It is a
collector.
flag, yeah,
Yeah.
so
Right. But
there is a,
they
so-
did allow an exception because of the school.
so, and it's whether or not they, it's just a matter of
Yeah.
how, it's a matter of how the town wants to go about it. And then it's a matter of if the, it's all, it all goes back to Mass DOT. So so the safety zone is fine. That's a town. The heavy vehicle exclusion needs to be approved by the state. So that, and because in reality, because it's the heavy vehicle exclusion that will get added to the state map that controls that operators can see. So that's.
Can I just make sure I understand, because I don't see how opening up Main Street or to trucks helps or is connected in any way. You have already said, if you have a delivery, a safety vehicle, fire truck, it can go where it needs to go. So we have no issue because we've got north, south, and east, west.
So if well, I'm just saying, if a truck pulls onto from Route 9 onto Flat Road.
From Route 9, yeah.
So how would they, what Mass DOT is gonna look at is how are they gonna get out?
So, but if there's an exclusion, they wouldn't be.
That's the, we did speak to Mass DOT about this initially, and they were not they weren't all that receptive to any, providing that because there was no exit out of that flag road here.
It's really, I think, and I don't mean to take up everybody's time, but I think that like it's a cut through. And we have beautiful, we've just done complete streets. We have 85, the whole intersection, 85, Route 9, everything works beautifully now. And that is really where the trucks should go. So any truck that needs to get into our downtown can get there if it's a delivery. But they shouldn't be cutting across Deerfoot to get there. But even if the select board decide to put an exclusion on Deerfoot, they can still go downtown if they've got a delivery, but they should be using 85 and 9. Or doing the cloverleaf or using another way to turn around if they need to get to where they need to get to.
Yeah, I mean, we can make that argument. It's not there's no, it's a grandfather exclusion, so that's not.
Yeah, I guess I would just say, I'm opposed to
We're not putting
taking.
exclusion on anything tonight, so.
Yeah.
we're going to- Okay, so, we got 4 more people that want to.
Yes.
Raise your hand, including your husband. Okay, so can we bring over this to, Diane? Thanks. Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Diane,
Oh.
go ahead.
I do the video portion, but I can't see it. I wanted to say I'm in
Where you live, your name and where you live.
Diane Johnson, 11 Johnson Road. And I concluded the same thing. I've read the full report several times and I've read it carefully. And I concluded basically what the last board member said. There's really no benefit to Southborough residents to eliminate our HVE or that restriction that is on Route 30. And there's a lot of problems. I mean, I commuted this way for 16 years down Route 30, and I can tell you it was always difficult and backed up, but I didn't have to contend with trucks or other problems that might be there that would back it up even more. And often I would find that traveling this route, I would certainly have to make stops, and there would be plenty of stops for pedestrians in the area trying to cross back and forth around Fay School. So there's that whole issue. We've redeveloped the entire area in that downtown area very nicely, and we've made it much more pedestrian favorable. And I don't see putting truck traffic through there as a very good idea. The other thing that I had is I said I did read the information very carefully that was put together by VHB. And one of the things that was mentioned tonight, he said that there was greater than 5% truck traffic on Northborough Road. He is telling you only the section beyond Route 90 by the Interstate 90, the Mass Pike, by that bridge. He's telling you about truck traffic that is coming in off of Cimarano Drive. And it's just to the industrial buildings down in that area. It is not into the residential area. So I'm just trying to make sure that you are aware of that. The other thing too is the reason, now in his report, he said that he did not go down Johnson Road because Johnson Road was closed. Well, that is not true. Northborough Road, a portion of Northborough has been closed, as many of you know, for almost a year due to MassDOT fixing a bridge. But if he had come down Johnson Road, what he would have seen is a sign telling trucks that they can't cross over the bridge, the CSX bridge over there, because one, it is too narrow and it can't maintain the weight of those trucks. That's not changing. The reason that he said there was no exclusion on Johnson Road, well, there's never been an exclusion because trucks coming down Johnson Road couldn't go any further. They couldn't go over the bridge at Northborough Road. And at the bridge at Northborough Road, the town had approved for residents on Chestnut Hill Road to now use that as an entrance and an exit for a portion of Chestnut Hill. So it is not, now it is a two-way street for a portion of it. It enters right where the bridge, you do the turn and the bridge is right there. That's where you enter from Chestnut Hill Road. So I don't see that as ever being open for any possible reason. But those are some of the points I wanted to make. And I just wanted to reiterate the fact that there probably is no benefit to us as residents of Southborough. It might benefit Route 9, but it will not benefit us. You also have to have an agreement with Westborough on the west end of this town of Southborough. They've never had that kind of truck traffic. And trucks cannot get under the bridge that is right before McDonald's in Westborough. They won't fit. So there's some issues to be discussed. And I thank you for an option of speaking.
Thank you. Mr. Rose?
Hi, Howard Rose, member of advisory, but speaking as a citizen. I have a different view. One, I was shocked to learn that Main Street actually had a truck exclusion when we started this process, being a numbered highway. My concern living off of Flag Road, that all the other roads we're talking about have sidewalks, except for Deerfoot and Flag. Even Parkerville, why I have no desire to put any more traffic down there or even more trucks down Main Street, I would gladly give up some of that just because there are sidewalks and it's safer. I think that is the paramount reason we're doing this, is safety. And anything we can do. I was very pleased to see in this report that Flag meets the requirements. I think we've known that for a while, but safety is the ultimate thing we're looking for here. And I think sidewalks play a lot into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Green?
Yeah, thank you. Jonathan Green, 10 Tower Road. My understanding is there's no correlation of eliminating the exclusion on Route 30 for the flag exclusion. The town voted for this exclusion quite some time back. I don't believe we should wait any longer to move forward on this. As Howard mentioned, and a number of folks have mentioned, there's a major safety concern on Flag Road due to the width of the road. Anyone that thinks having HVEs accessing Flag has no experience on Flag Road. Flag's a major residential road with kids walking, riding bikes, and it also feeds the schools on the top side. And it's narrower than any of the other roads in the area with no sidewalks. So I don't understand why we should wait any longer for this exclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else?
Mr. Farrington.
Mr. Farrington?
Hi, guys. Kevin Farrington, 58 Flag Road, member of the Conservation Commission, but speaking as a private resident. I don't know if you had to say that or not, but I will. So I am completely for the truck exclusion on Flag Road, but I don't think it needs to come at the expense of sacrificing the truck exclusion on Main Street. This whole truck study was initiated because the town was concerned about unintended consequences. The one thing these truck exclusions give you is it gives you entries in the GPS database. GPS for these trucks will not recommend these roads if they're excluded. The moment the exclusion is gone, any route that gets you on these roads is now open when there's traffic. So this will open up Sears Road, it'll open up Perkerville Road. Any road off of Main Street is now fair game. It was, the removing the exclusion was done because we needed an alternate route for Flag. The alternate route completely ignored the cloverleaf on Route 9. So I don't know why, if you're at Nan's pulling out in a truck, you wouldn't get up on the cloverleaf and come back down on Route 9 East and take Route 85 North to get to the center of town. If you don't even want to do the cloverleaf, there's Computer Drive to Research Drive over in Westboro. Two of those roads are actually designated state truck routes. And so Westboro should have far less problem with that than having trucks going all the way down to Route 30 through residential areas, even though it's Route 30, there's a lot of houses along there, only to come up to Southborough's truck excluded Main Street and be stuck. So it just doesn't seem like any of this was thought through very clearly. But I think, the other thing is once you get rid of that Main Street truck exclusion, you're not going to get it back because the state stopped handing those out back in 1995. So you have to be really careful if you're going to do this. That's my comment. Thank you.
Christy? Mr. Mary?
No. Hi.
Hi.
This is Christy DeMary. I'm at 18 Flag Road. I believe that, yes, we should move forward with the truck exclusion on Flag Road due to the safety concerns, no sidewalks, and the children going to and from the two schools down at the end of Flag, and then, crossing over onto Deerfoot. And then I also have a concern relative to Mrs. Cook voting on this because it's my understanding that she is a tenant of Mr. DePietri, and we've had a long road with the Park Central project, and I just feel like that would be a conflict of interest for her to be presiding over this.
So we're about to address that in the next section, the next agenda item. Is that it as far as your comments on the truck exclusion?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Is that it as far as your comments on the proposed truck exclusions?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Okay.
You take a 5-minute recess.
Yes, 5-minute recess.
You need a motion or?
Chair, I agree.
So I declared it, I'm gonna recess. Yeah. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Do you want that back?
I just figured you should.
No. Just trying to keep it short of everything. I was gonna call it one, but it's fine. Oh, sure.
Hang on, I gotta restart over here too.
So tell me when. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so we are reconvening at 9:18. Okay, so next on the agenda is we are going to start the discussion tonight of our response to mass housing as far as the recently applied for 40E project for Park Central. Okay, so as everybody knows, it's in the letter from Mass Housing that basically says we've got to August 22nd to submit our comments as far as this project goes. There is an automatic 15-day extension if we ask for it, which we're going to, in fact, the court was asked to have that extended to September 30th to make sure that residents who are out of town, et cetera, have a chance to get us their comments. The last time this was submitted for version 1 of Park Central, a consolidated package was submitted that included comments from the various affected boards, et cetera, and residents. So one big package went in. So the purpose of the meeting tonight is basically to talk about the process of gathering our comments, how we're going to get our letter written, et cetera. We're not going further as far as discussion. Before we get started, I am going to disclose the fact that I have filed a disclosure of appearance of conflict of interest with the town clerk that discloses the fact that my company is a tenant in one of a building in Southborough, 132 Turnpike Road, of which Bill DePietri owns a piece of it. So that's how much he owns. He owns a piece of it. I have called the Attorney General and disclosed that to them. They have confirmed I do not have a financial conflict of interest. So therefore, I was advised that we're going to disclose this, which is an appearance of conflict of interest. So if anyone is interested, the town clerk has a copy.
And yes, I also filed a similar disclosure last week that I'm an attorney at a firm called Con Kavanaugh. And between 2018 and 2020, our firm represented a company that one of Mr. Dietrich's companies was suing. So the firm was adverse to the company, which is related to the applicant in this case. And I spoke to the attorney of the day, and she advised that I file a 268A disclosure, and I filed that with the town clerk last week. So, and I'd like the disclosure form that I filed to be part of the minutes of the meeting.
Okay, so back to the substance of it. So we are going to end up with more time to make sure we put together a comprehensive response to mass housing that is going to reflect all concerns that we've identified as far as this project goes. So to the residents that are interested in this, we need, whatever you want to send to us, we will include emails, letters, etc. They should be sent to the select board. And by any means you want to. We've got the response from Conservation Commission already. I assume planning board is putting together a response. Right? I don't know if you're going to send yours separately. We want to go with our package. That's your call. So our job is just to basically start accumulating our comments with Mr. Purple as far as what we think our concerns are, so that over the next meeting or two, we will end up with the package that we think is the package that we want to send to Mass Housing in response to their request. Any questions?
Timeline.
Well, we've asked, so August 22nd is the date that was in the letter, right? So in the letter, they say you can have an automatic 15-day extension, right? So that takes us to what, September 7th or so. Mark has specifically talked to our representative of Mass Housing, Michael Busby, and asked for September 30th, and he's waiting for that response. So
September 30th?
September 30th, yeah.
Oh, that's, I thought we only had 15 days.
Well, you get 15 days, but I framed the ask in that, we're doing this in the summertime. A lot of people disengage. It's a big project. It's important. And I think it would be good to make, for transparency purposes, to get some additional time And when people do come back, they do have some time to be able to catch up a little bit and then provide the comments. So that's why I asked on the 30th, maybe you get a little bit less, but maybe you get the 30th now. Their process is going to be, maybe 100 days. I don't think it impacts what Mass Housing has to do on there.
Good.
So-
So if they don't, we'll have to set a meeting schedule to accommodate. So September 7th is pretty much on the manifest for 15 days. I think.
I think it's just 6.
Let's see, okay, so that's Labor Day.
So what I was thinking was, I mean, if there's a date, for example, that we need to get our individual comments in to Mark for a couple of weeks here or something like that.
And so I guess, so that's next, so we need to set a date.
Yeah.
So Chelsea, any comment you want to make at this point?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, so now we need to set a date that we agree that there's no time for all of us to get our comments in that you believe should be incorporated in this letter. Mark will then draft the letter and present it to us, and then we'll discuss it in our meetings as far as what.
And simultaneously, residents can, or other boards can, should we ask for those comments end of August or something like that to be able to have a collection of that for September 7th?
Well, it really depends on what Mass Housing says as far as whether we get more than 15 days.
I did send out to the board the last time that we sent such a letter to Mass Housing in 2013. So you had a select board letter.
Yeah.
And you had all the various resident comments and everything all behind that. So it was a packet of information.
Yeah.
I just don't know who else is going to comment besides planning board and Concom.
We do have a couple of resident comments.
Besides, I found it boards. So as far as.
Some individual comments.
Open space, my comment.
So you guys keep in mind what we're saying as far as deadline, as far as letters goes, if you want to go to our package. Okay.
So is the plan, Kathy, to publicize to the public when? I would hope, Mark, that you would hear back from Mass Housing, or if not, you, again, kind of pressing a little
I
bit.
continued, I poke against that.
Okay, I would keep poking only because, I mean, it's a big difference between September 7th and September 30th for people to get their comments in. And I would really hope that they would anticipate this. And, well, anticipate that we would maybe potentially ask for more immediate accommodation. I think it's important.
So as far as what I think your question was, how do we disseminate that info? Once we get the date, we will disseminate. We'll figure out what the best way to do that is, as far as making sure everybody knows that we've got, this is our date.
So if by the end of the week, we don't hear anything back, we should put something out saying the 7th. Or the end of August, whatever.
End of August as far as what's coming to us, I think. So Mark got to have a chance to put it all together, because there may be comments in that you think should go in our letter that we didn't produce, right? So he's got to have a chance to read everything and amalgamate it and put it together in a coherent draft letter. So I think that anyone that's commenting that's going to go with our package needs to have it about August 31st. You just need to say that tonight, right? So we're done saying that date's what that. So that's 3 weeks.
And if it changes, then you'll get the word out to the public. And, okay, I just want to make sure that people understand what the timeline is. I don't want someone to feel that they didn't have an opportunity to comment.
And work to, again, publicize externally through Facebook, blog, whatever.
And we have done that so far, and as that goes along, we'll continue to update that as we get more information.
Good.
So we've got our town council with us tonight on Zoom, Mr. Kellerman, who is registered to be here at this late meeting. Jay, do you want to say anything?
From you.
We can't hear you.
On the timing issue? No, I don't have much to say on the timing.
Okay, any public comment as far as the process that we're talking about, which is basically step 1 here? Okay, so Mr. Green, come on over.
Yes, thank you. And Ms. Cook, I appreciate your disclosure. I do feel like there's a little bit beyond that, beyond renting property from Mr. DePietri. And this isn't a question of character. I just really want a transparent process and anybody involved to be transparent with the citizens. We obviously had quite the experience the last time around. Ms. Cook, you've been an outspoken defender of Mr. DePietri. You've actually blogged on mysouthborough.com about contributions made to charities. So I just don't feel like it's appropriate. I think the relationship does go beyond the renting of property. Additionally, please go ahead.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Green.
Additionally, with Mr. Dennington, he did play a key role in the approval process of the comprehensive permit as a member of the ZBA, which was later deemed against the law. This caused major detriments to the citizens. He was arguing for years alongside the developer against the citizens of Southborough. And I don't think it's appropriate for him to participate regardless, and not sure why he would want to. I'll have comments on the application, but I'll save that.
Well, I'll just say briefly, I don't think that's accurate.
So why don't you go ahead and say what's on that?
Because I was not on the 3-member ZBA board that approved the comprehensive permit.
You were part of also approving the use variance and as part of that as well. Yeah, I mean, Andrew, we went through this for years. I mean, I don't think there's any question that you were a key part of approving the process with Park Central the first time around. And I just don't understand why you would want to be a part of that if the citizens have an issue with it. And I don't think I'm the only one that feels that way.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Do you have any other comments as far as the actual process that we are starting tonight?
Not the process, but the application itself, I certainly do. So I'm not sure if you're ready for that.
We don't want it over Zoom. We want you to send a letter, send an email to Mr. Purple as far as any concerns that you would like to see raised with this initial communication with Mass Housing.
Is the board going to discuss some of the challenges that they see with the application with the citizens, or that's going to go into that letter tonight?
We're not discussing that tonight. Tonight, we're just setting the process to accumulate the comments that we need to amalgamate to put into this initial correspondence, which is the first step in this process.
Okay, well, we're just interested to know what those areas might be, because reading the application itself, there's quite a few misleading things that are associated with it, including the use variance still being alive. If for any reason the use variance is still alive, then the actual contents of the use variance go completely against what the use variance is written for. So it's kind of like cake and eat it too type situation. So I feel like, there's certain things that this board needs to call out that are completely false within that application. There's also major concerns around things like safety, traffic on Flag Road, proximity of 5-story buildings to 2-story buildings, the density of a project that sits up against an acre zone residential neighborhood. The list goes on and on. So I'm just hoping that this time around, the boards in town are going to listen to the citizens, are going to have the same concerns, and are going to voice those concerns. I don't think that happened last time around. So we just really want a transparent process where the town is going to work with us and not against us, which we feel like happened the last time. And that's where our concerns come with people participating that maybe we feel didn't give the right process the last time we had to go through this. And if we're going to go through it again, then we need people that are going to support the citizens and the views of the citizens.
So the comments you just made are perfectly legitimate comments as far as concerned. So I would suggest putting those in a letter or an email to select board.
Yeah, I would just hope that those comments are also going to come from this board, not just the citizen letter that sits in the back of a packet.
That's what we're trying to do tonight, is put together that package from the select board. Thank you. Anybody else?
Marty Land, 26 Clifford Road, speaking as a resident. The question that I would have is, Ms. Praccio, at the site visit, you had let Mr. Busby know that the Board of Selectmen voted in October of 2016 around a flag exclusion for Park Central egress. And I'm just curious if the board will, I don't know how board decisions from prior boards that you guys aren't existing, you know, many of you weren't on. How do those convey through future decisions? So will you uphold those types of decisions that the board of selectmen made in 2016? And will you carry that through in your letter?
So, as I mentioned there, I mean, obviously, Marty, it's a discussion. The board hasn't got to that point to discussing what we want to put in the letter. I know past boards, I mean, I wasn't on the board, I don't think, none of us were on the board at that time, but we, as a board, never took a new position on that. I think the thought process was, you know, the board didn't feel they needed to change the position that prior boards had taken. So I would imagine as we're writing our letter, those are going to be some of the points that some members on this board are going to want to include as well. So I think it's a little premature tonight, but I hear what you're saying, and it's obviously it's a concern that I have as well, and as I brought it up to myself. So you can anticipate further discussion on it.
Thank you. And take it a little further, Marty. We have started gathering information from the first version and started reading what to make sure that we're up to speed on everything from before. And we've also started talking to some of those members of the past select board as far as why they did what they did, what their thought process was, et cetera. So we do think what happened before is relevant to now. So
stay tuned.
Anyone else?
No.
Anything else somebody want to talk about as far as this process?
Well, are we gonna, just a process question, are we gonna talk about the thoughts, the comments that we have in mind for the response, or is that?
Well,
that's
if
tonight,
you-
or?
I know Ms. Brasher's not ready.
I'm not ready.
That's why I decided that we would postpone that since she's not ready. If you would prefer to at least start laying someone out that we could, and we heard some from Mr. Green that, plug in the list.
So Andrew, I'll just say that I, between getting ready for the tree hearing and wanting to go back and read minutes and make sure that I'm giving thorough comments and taking into account comments made prior. Honestly, I just haven't had time to do that. So that's why I told Kathy I really wasn't prepared for me personally to give my comments on this tonight.
So I suggest we stick with plain A, which is send, Mark's got mine, I'm sure those, everybody submit their comments, let him put the letter together and draft form, and we go from there. You disagree?
No, that's okay, I'll do that.
Sure.
Andrew, you can certainly, again, just because I'm not ready doesn't mean that you're not
Well,
prepared.
here's just
put some thoughts
the quick,
forward.
kind of bullet point thoughts that I had. One, I think that Mr. Green is correct about the use variance, and that the applicant noted that in their application, said that it's still effective, and that, because that was conditioned upon the following final board approval of a 40B comprehensive permit application for 180 unit rental affordable housing project, and that's not what this is. This is a entirely for sale project that I think that, you know, the applicant has said they put it in there because they felt like they needed to, and since they put it in there, since they felt like they need to, I think it'd be appropriate for the town to put in our position about that as well. And I think, you know, a key issue is about what is the current state of play about Mass DOT and whether or not the ingress and egress can be completely through Route 9. I know that one of the things that triggered the whole prior then Board of Selectmen vote about the curb cut on Flag Road was Mass DOT's position about Route 9. So I'd like to get some more clarity about that. Has that position changed? Because that really affects like everything else, in my opinion.
Well, not only that, I thought that the DOT had officially ruled you could not ingress or egress from First Central Drive. I thought that was a done deal, no chance. If you go back and read some of the minutes and some of the things that really was done, it looks like the characterization was that Mr. Petrie had an informal discussion with the DOT and was told that, but they didn't necessarily officially say that. So I think that should be clarified as far as what they really did do, didn't do the last time, right? So I agree that that is certainly, a point we want to make.
And I'll add to that as well, that, you know, in what was done prior, you know, the letter was sent to the proponent, letting him know that, you know, he needed to work with Mass DOT or whoever to come up with another solution. That was part of the reason the board took the position it took. So, I mean, yeah, I'll just say that.
I think that's all I've got. The other ones I've got are more very detailed, and I think maybe wait, but those are the two overarching ones that I had.
And I'll add one more thing to that too, Andy. During the same time, there was a town meeting warrant article to actually date it. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion on the best path on what we can and what we can't do. You know, should or shouldn't do with that, whether it's right-hand turn only. I mean, I think there's a lot of options that is a much larger discussion than I think we're prepared to have tonight. But I think all of these things come into play. Absolutely.
And let me add one more, what I think is really overarching, which is the current plan, B2, I believe is going to use 17 acres or so for the 200 units. That's a 100-acre parcel. So I think it's really important to understand the other 83 acres. It's impossible because a lot can be done with 33 acres. So it's, I'm not looking at this as one project and we're done.
Mass Housing would prefer you did look at it that way, but I don't think we as a town can. I agree with that 100%.
Okay. All right, so we got to start now. What about that?
May I comment?
Yes, of course.
Again, I'm on the same page generally. I mean, I do have my list of things that tracks what I think that people are talking about here. I think it's useful for all of us to sort of send it in to mark together as opposed to a lot of debate at this point, because I think we're all concerned about the same thing, public safety. There's a major one for me, and the development of the other parts of the parcel, center of traffic access, obvious ones. And it seems to me, again, to get the widest possible input from us, from individual citizens, from the boards, as a starting point here, and also look back at the points that were made previously to see if there are those that are still relevant. And then have the best possible letter to Mass Housing and go from there. I think we can do that very coordinated, and everybody sort of chiming in independently along the way here. So I think this is the right track.
But I think part of the discussion does have to take place within these meetings.
Oh, yes,
So
absolutely.
obviously the public is clear.
Starting from a clear starting point, the letter has a specific piece of text that we can talk about.
Everything to work with.
Yeah.
Chelsea?
I just have one question because it's not clear to me from the application. Is there full access to the site from Blackthorn, or is that emergency only?
Emergency only, I think.
It doesn't say that at this
not-
point.
not on
It's
the
asked.
plan.
They say, I mean, they say that on.
The site
They'd
visit,
be interested,
yeah,
right?
the site visit, they
Right.
said they consider it, but on the plan, it shows full
Full
access.
access.
Okay, so full access for now.
Okay. I have my list too, but that was one of my concerns if it was full access. So thank you.
Linda Perkins, Montara Road. Our house is right next door to the cul-de-sac at Blackthorn. There's not a road there. It's a cul-de-sac. This comprehensive permit implies there's a road there. There's no road there. You can walk in and it's woods, it's rocks. There's no road. I'm not quite sure what he's implying, but there's no road. It doesn't say to be built. It says access through Blackthorn.
Can I ask Jay one question before we move on? Jay, I think it might be helpful. I think you're hearing some of the comments from us tonight. It might be helpful if you could put some thoughts together on what we as a board, as far as access, I would be interested. I have questions on that for you. As far as access, how extensive our authority is on that before we actually send a letter to Mass Housing.
Can we allow curb cuts or not? for
Exactly,
example?
well, exactly, but I think he's kind of hearing, I'm hoping that he's hearing that message from us tonight. What, you know, what can we allow or not allow? I know the question was asked prior council if, you know, the non-curb cut was defensible. And he said yes. So I just want to make sure that we're still on that same page as we're sending a letter with what this board is, the path we're looking to go.
And there was a lot of conversation around, does the select board control road access in terms of one-way closing streets? Can we do one-way closing? And the clear feedback we got was absolutely yes. And again, just to reconfirm if that's still the case, it would be helpful for us to understand that.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's a mix of issues there. First of all, anything's appropriate for the letter. So you don't have to have control or have answers or anything. If there's a concern, don't sleep on it. Put it in the letter. As to issues regarding roadway access, if it's something that the select board would normally control, if a non-40B project was before the select board for permission to use a roadway or access it or run pipes in it or develop a sidewalk on it, a lot of that authority is going to be subsumed into the ZBA process. That doesn't mean that the select board doesn't influence that process, but to the extent there's a local approval process for this that the select board would normally undertake, that is going to be the authority of the zoning board going forward. Again, if I was the zoning board, I'd look for the comments from the select board because they're the ones that would normally do that and they would offer commentary on that.
Yeah, Marty Coogan, Choices Clipper again, speaking as a resident. So as I see Mr. Tellerman is here, I know we're putting the horse before the cart right now, but I guess my question is, I understand Mr. Tellerman did represent the zoning board, and I understand that's a town plan, but I think as a resident and speaking about the transparency of the worry and the concern of the residents, as he represented the ZBA against residents who filed the appeal, I would ask the board to ask if there's any conflict should this come to the zoning board, that Mr. Tellerman is our lawyer that we're having to support the town. This is not a question for you to answer, it's just a consideration for you to move forward.
Yeah, there's no conflict here. So,
I think it's a perception of conflict by the residents, and that's what I'm expressing. As a
yeah,
resident.
no, I mean, there isn't. So, I mean, I wouldn't even say it arises to an appearance of an impropriety. I had a brief representation during the course of litigation, but we were taking a non-active role in that litigation in any event. So it was just towards the end during the argument, during the course of the change of counsel. So my role was limited to begin with. I never sat on or anything, but even if I had given advice to the zoning board, which I didn't do ever in the course of the prior project, it still wouldn't be a conflict, but I didn't. So at this project in many respects is, even though I have some knowledge of what the prior project was, this is fresh for me as well.
Okay, anything else? So got that one, go there.
That's what.
Mr. Green's hand is everything.
So anybody new? So Mr. Green, we've got lots to still do tonight. You can come over for another minute.
Understood. I heard a lot about traffic. I would also express my concern to the board to look into the offsets of these buildings. He's proposing 5-story buildings next to 1- and 2-story buildings within, I believe it's between 100 and 120 feet, which pretty much blocks out the sun. So I would ask that the board and Mr. Tellerman look into how we can manage that. I just don't think that this is a plan that's appropriate, for those residents. And I think it's also, a way of Mr. DePietri trying to get back at, the citizens for not allowing the previous project. Another concern that did come up is I know that you have purview over the ZBA. The ZBA chair is Mr. Nicholson. He did attend, or at least was on the list to attend the meeting with Mass Housing. He is in a butter. He should also be recusing himself from any participation. Thank you.
He's not the chair.
Excuse me?
Mr. Williams is the chair.
Okay, so next item is Chair's report. So two real quick things. As everybody knows, John Butler is in the middle of putting together a real deep dive into the potential to connect with the Hopkinton water system. He has said that he will be ready to come in front of us on September 20th for a planning report, so it's coming pretty fast. So I told him I'm going to date was after September. Second, you probably read in the blog, et cetera, that it's Historical Society of Southborough has sold a document for $2 million or so, and they intend to use that money to possibly buy and or renovate Fayetteville Hall. That's all we know. We've seen nothing in writing, we've seen no document. However, it's important because if you go look at the P&S that was signed where we sold Fayetteville Hall, there's a rider to it that basically gives Southborough a right of first refusal if the buyer were to want to sell the property. It doesn't talk about the property being donated, which I guess is on the table right now with historical studies. So we haven't seen anything yet. So I'm just letting everybody know there is a right of first refusal we'll have to deal with if this transaction comes to fruition. So that is my chair's report. I think it's Chelsea.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to let everyone know that Scott Navaroli was promoted to lieutenant a few weeks ago. He took Captain Sadowski's position on the fire department. So I just wanted to congratulate him and on his new leadership role. And it was a nice ceremony that Mr. Stivers and I attended. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Purple.
Madam Chair, just a quick update. We are moving forward on the process to select next police chief. Today, we held a assessment center for the candidates. Candidates went through a variety of exercises, including incident response, a community meeting, problem solving for employee issues. They also had some homework. And following up now in the next several weeks, the board will need to schedule some time to conduct public interviews. And then hopefully this is something that can be wrapped up by the board within the next hopefully 30 days. So we'll continue that forward.
Thank you. Okay, consent agenda. We've got A through I. So I'm just going to ask anyone if you have anything from A to I that you want to hold.
Any,
Who said A?
A.
8 minutes, okay. Andrew?
I also have A and I.
I've got C. Lisa? Chelsea? So far.
Nothing
Chelsea,
additional.
Nothing more for you?
Correct.
Okay. Minutes.
7-7, I have no comments on 7-7.
I think I do. Let me. Again, just
7.
no, I don't have anything. in 7-7.
7-12.
What, Chelsea, did you have any comments on 7-7?
I didn't.
Okay, so I go with 7-12. 7-12, lines 177, 181, 183, and 187. Sanofi is misspelled. It's S-A-N instead of S-O-N. Line 179, we got an estimate instead of not a quote. Line 204, posted is not superscript. And warrant versus article in line 204. And line 2212, would strike the word issue. And in line 262, Mr. Stivers voted, not Mrs. Stivers, as far as I know.
It keeps happening.
I know she's in charge, but I don't think she voted. That's it for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I just had a spelling mistake on line 54. It says hoc, should be ad hoc.
Okay, anything else?
Chelsea, did you have any?
I didn't.
Okay, so we'll come back and do the rest of the signature once.
I had nothing for 722.
Nothing.
Okay, so we got all three, stuff. Okay, so Lisa, can you make a motion to approve all three sets of minutes as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, Chelsea,
Aye.
Lisa.
Aye.
Sam,
Aye.
Andrew.
Aye.
Sorry, 5-0 to approve. the
Just to
minutes.
correct July 12, but just to check, July 12 was the only one that was amended.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, next one that got pulled was C, which I pulled, so I'm trying to make this quick and Chelsea can help me here. Okay, so this is not gonna be funded by the budget for the building department, this is gonna be funded by the revolving account where inspection fees are collected. If you go back to fiscal, our last town meeting, we had, remember we've got the warrant article that approves how much money can come out of each of the 10 revolving funds. So we've got $100,000 being approved to come out of that revolving fund for fiscal year 23. Well, we already spent about 93,000 of that with what we already spent it on, which is part-time inspectors that we already use, et cetera. So we're probably going to have to do what we did this past town meeting for the rec revolving fund, which is increase what comes out of revolving fund when we get to the town meeting next March. And I talked about an increase. So I just want to make sure everybody knew because the memo said it's coming out of the budget. It's not coming out of the budget. It's coming out of the revolving fund for this year. Now, next year, we may put it in the budget, and we haven't decided. But for fiscal year 23, we're going to have to pull more money out of the revolving fund to pay for it. So I just want to make that clear. Otherwise, I'm fine. Okay. All right. Hold that for a second. Now let's go to Andrew. You held aye.
Yes, it's really just a kind of a typo thing, but it's important. On paragraph 2, it says SHL, I'm sorry, SHS. Not sell, transfer, or convey the flag to any person. The flag should, word flag should be.
Where is it again?
Paragraph 2,
Okay.
the word flag, because it's a defined term, it should be capitalized. I know it's already been signed, but you could just, in a handwriting, correct it to the capital F flag. And just initial it.
Okay.
And, it is important that this document will not be sold or transferred or conveyed. So that's why, I wanted to highlight that.
And can I add just one thing to that? I think I just want to, obviously this was a CPC article, so I just wanted to give thanks to CPC for the hard work they did to make sure that an MOU was put on this, that it was part of the agreement. So thank you to CPC for doing a good job.
Okay, so let's do this right. Let's approve this one now. Let's approve I as corrected as far as capitalizing the F and flag. Let's do that first.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Chelsea.
Aye.
Lisa.
Aye.
Sam.
Aye.
Andrew.
Aye.
So 5-0. So you need to go. Okay. All right, next, this is put back in the building inspector to the consent agenda, and let's now approve B, C, D, E, F, and G. And H, sorry. And H, sorry, okay, go again, B through, basically B through H. Okay.
So moved.
Okay, second, okay, roll call vote, Chelsea.
Aye.
Lisa.
Aye.
Sam.
Aye.
Andrew.
Aye.
Cook is aye, 5-0, so the same agenda is done. Okay, down to other matters. Is Joanne here?
She's here,
Okay.
and Sarah was here, but it looks like she's gone.
Okay, so why don't we bring Ms. Jazinski over? Hey, Jodian.
Hey Kathy, hey everybody. Sorry about the hat. I was in the rain today.
Is Sarah coming back, Dorian?
Yeah, she keeps getting kicked out, so she's trying to get back on again now.
Vanessa, if you see her, will you bounce her over? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so to tee this one up, Shopsy, of which Ms. Zelinski is chair, is asking that we approve $8,500 from ARPA funds to do a variety of things that they need some money for. So they've been asking for this to go on to, I think, for quite a while. The ARPA committee did consider this and rejected it because I believe they thought this sounded more like a recurring item instead of a one-shot item. Dorian then, in response to that, wrote a letter to the select board that everybody should have that explains in more detail what they want to use the money for. So that's kind of that's the background as to what she's asking for tonight. So, Lisa.
So I'm in support of this. I hesitate. I don't necessarily believe that it is a administrative position that we need to actually bring a part-time person for. I think we take the opportunity, we have the ARPA funds to fund this for a year. I think there's a lot of things going on with the MBTA communities, with the plans that were done, the housing plan, the strategic plan. So for me, it's an investment in trying to move forward our goal of, of not just affordable housing, but diversity in housing. And I think for me, that's a key. We kind of talked about this a little bit when I brought it up to mass housing, that just because you think of affordable in Southborough, the bar is set really high based on the median income. So I'm really interested in Shopsy becoming involved in, not just affordable, but finding a way that some of these seniors that are being outpriced from their homes, or a young mother that's looking to come to town to benefit from the wonderfulness of what Southborough is and what Southborough has to offer. So I'm certainly interested in, there's grants out there, Mike Busby from Mass Housing said that, there's opportunities out there, and I think they need a staff person to do this. I think there are, Shopsy's made up of people from other boards as well, Jesse Stein, Andrew, and Alex Fresh, they're all elected. So they have a lot of other things going on as well, and I think it's an investment in trying to move forward a housing plan that I think covers a lot of bases we need. So I view this as an investment in, and seeing if we find at the end that we need more than this, then I'd be supportive of having the conversation. But I think there's a lot of important things on the table, especially with MBTA communities. Going to have to work very closely with planning board. And if we don't get something done within a year, we're going to lose grants. So that's my 2 cents. I think it's a great investment as we move forward.
Chelsea?
I have a process question. Do we have a mechanism to pay for this? Not funding source, but actual payment? Or is this something we're gonna have to go through personnel board? I think that's the Mark and Vanessa question.
Would it be a contract employee, not even an employee, but a contractor, similar to someone that might be managing a grant or something along those lines?
Like an ARPA
Will she
consultant.
Right, or
continue
something.
to do this remotely?
I'm sorry?
Will she continue to do this work remotely?
Will she continue to do this work remotely, Dorian? You know more specifically what you're looking for.
Yes, and when we need her for, to come to Southborough or to go to a meeting in the state somewhere for housing, she would be able to do that as well.
Is she Sarah? Is that what I'm missing here? Okay.
Yeah.
That wasn't clear. Okay. So you identified the person. It's Sarah, who's got lots of experience with planning, et cetera. Now doing this. Okay.
Familiar with, she was instrumental in the housing plan.
And she's totally on the payroll right now?
Yep.
Self-prepared?
She's
Okay,
not
so she
employed.
did-
Yep.
Chelsea, does that answer your question? I'm not sure it does.
No, I don't think my question, unless I didn't hear the answer, sorry.
Unless I misunderstood what you were saying, Chelsea, sorry.
There are a number of things that determine whether someone is a contractor or a part-time employee. I think we would just have to have a conversation with Sarah and find out, is the committee going to control, the hours, that she would be required to work? Is she working on-site or off-site? Is she using town equipment, things of that nature? So I think we just need to get a little bit more information to see if it's a true contractor.
Or we can organize it so it is a contractor.
True.
Yeah.
So
You can set the parameters so that you guys.
$8,500, you can definitely contract if that's what you want.
Yeah.
So is that what you're asking, Chelsea, whether she's going to be?
It is,
or-
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it is, because I just want to make sure that if we approve this, that she can get going on it. I think it makes a lot of sense for continuity purposes, given what Sarah's done for us already. So, thank you.
See you.
Yeah, I guess I was confused by the letter, as a matter of fact, and so I strongly support the concept, as Lisa suggests, and I think Sarah is extraordinarily capable, so I think anything we can involve her in is great. But it wasn't clear to me, is this driven by a specific work plan, Dorian? It sounds like you've got 15,000 for a grant now, and so you want 8,500 more, so you've got some sort of a project plan that involves, X hours at X Y dollars an hour, and that totals 24 grand here. Is that kind of plan in place?
So Sam, what we used the $15,000 for was the 5-year strategic plan, where we hired a company to come in, look at our housing production plan, and we came up with a 5-year strategic plan. That needs to be monitored. We're going to need assistance in implementing that 5-year strategic plan. And we're also going to need a continued implementation of our housing production plan. As you know, the state wants everyone to have 10% of housing in town, and Southborough is at 8.6%. So we need to continue working towards our 10% goal. And we
So
do.
I'm confused. Is Sarah being paid now?
No.
she's
She's
not.
just doing what she's
No.
doing as a volunteer?
She's not really doing anything now. They've started doing their meetings, taking their own minutes. They're doing all that stuff
So
themselves.
thanks, Dorian. The thing I was confused by is I thought from your letter that you already had 15,000 to pay for this, and this was 8,500 more.
No, that was just, we got a grant. We got a grant to put together the 5-year strategic plan in order to get the housing production plan moving along.
That's what you just said, so I got that now, so I didn't understand that. So I support this then, because I think it's important to continue. I think Sarah's a great resource. Good thing to do, so I support it. Thanks.
Andrew.
Yes, I also support it, and as you know, I'm one of the newest members of SHOPSI.
Vote against it with your own.
Yeah, I know.
But I think that, this one is a little unusual, and I think what we're really doing is we're kind of encumbering this money, right? We're not actually spending it yet. There'll be a contract and then invoices that
Yeah,
come in. and we'll get paid.
I'm gonna go tomorrow to
Okay.
the office spreadsheet that's on our OneDrive, and I'm gonna put $8,500 that we voted on tonight, and
Okay.
then it will get spent.
And then what is sorry, ask you off the top of your head, off that spreadsheet, what's left after our kind of running tally? After you subtract that.
Almost $2 million.
Okay.
2 million.
But remember, there's big ones left. There's
Yes,
$700,000 of
sidewalks.
sidewalks, 300 for IT,
Yeah.
300 for the combat pay for COVID. So there's big chunks that are left that are,
We had 105 that was not allocated.
be careful of that. That's why. And the reason you got 105 is because we reduced
Senior
the
center.
senior center by 50, and I don't know that's gonna end up being
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah.
And then the 50 from the municipal grant. So
Yeah.
that's where that 100 is coming from,
Yeah.
right? They didn't spend $737.
Still
So.
some moving parts, that's right.
And so we don't know what we're going to truly, but if that maybe truly does, money that was not recommended, we can.
I think we need to stop giving that away. That's our cushion in case we overestimate something. So let's stop promising.
$700.
No, whatever number you said before that, Sam, 105.
105, yeah.
100,737 is what it
The
is.
real number is $700 actually, so I do believe that.
Okay, well, we hear you, Chelsea. Okay, so, the only reason we have funds for, it sounds to me like they need money going forward, not just one shot. And so I was sympathetic to listen to, do they need a budget?
Yeah.
So we can bring that up later. That's not what we're asking for right now, so I'm happy to support it.
Yep.
Okay, so can someone make a motion to allocate $8,500 of the ARPA money to SHOPSI to do what's described in this letter?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote. Chelsea,
Aye.
Lisa.
Aye.
Sam.
Aye.
Andrew.
Aye.
Cook is aye, 5-0. So Joanne, you got your $8,500.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, everyone.
Probably the hardest you had to work for $8,500, right?
I'll get
Thank you,
a hold of
Dorian.
her and let her know. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Good night.
Night.
Okay, so the next one is the official approval of our fiscal year 23 goals that are on the spreadsheet that we now have on OneDrive that everybody can access. So I think we're done. Anyone have any other problems, changes as far as what is in your packet? Because that should be it.
So
We're going to talk about the process. We're just right now
Okay.
making sure the spreadsheet's right? Okay, go ahead, Chelsea.
sorry, are we talking about the goals?
We're talking about
Right.
those, yeah. So we're talking
No.
about whether the spreadsheet's correct first.
Oh, the spreadsheet, yeah,
All right?
it's correct.
So everybody
My
spreadsheet's
goals are updated, yeah.
What did you say, Chelsea?
I'm sorry, are you asking me if my goals are right based on what I suggested I wanted?
Yes, we're asking everybody if the spreadsheet, as far as they're concerned, is correct. So
Yes.
they're initially where they want them to be, yeah. Okay, all right, so good progress there, right?
Yep.
Okay, second, the hard part is, okay, what's the next step? So what we agreed, so you've got a liaison, from the town assigned to each one of those, I believe, right? So you know who you're working with as far as the town side goes, right? So that's done.
Yes.
Okay. Then, so it's up to the individual person whose initials are there, one or two people, to then decide how to basically proceed with their goal. It's an individual decision. If you remember, what Pete gave us was that sort of spreadsheet thing where we're gonna put this on OneDrive where you can actually track what you're doing, right, as far as it goes. But it really is up to each individual person now to pursue the goals that they have put their name on. Right?
So unless the board has an objection, what I was gonna do to try to facilitate this is to begin sending out emails to the board member and the staff member with the goals that you've been assigned, along with a copy of the goal sheet, for the action item that needs, action plan that needs to be developed for each one. Just to kind of facilitate the conversation, the start of the conversation. After that, the respective board member can take it up with the respective staff members or staff member, to begin to put that plan together. You want to do your outreach on your own, that's fine, but I'm happy to facilitate the discussion if that's what you like to do.
So sorry, can we back up for a second? So I have a concern that we're not going to get anything done this way with, I think 4 out of my 6 goals I'm sharing with someone. And we have, I don't remember, 40 something goals on this list. And I just think that we're not being very efficient by this. Like for example, one of them, and I don't care who does it, but one of them is on the amount of tree funding. Like just because Lisa and I were interested in it, I don't think we both need to do that. So I
Yeah,
think
but-
that we're,
That was easy, Chelsea. I'm good. Take my name off. I'm good. Thank you.
She's talking
So
about
I-
Chelsea.
Thank you.
Any other suggestions?
Keep going, please.
So, I mean, I signed up for the ones that I was definitely interested in, but also was open to doing ones that nobody signed up for. So that's why I didn't overcommit to my initial list. I just, with regional dispatch, I've been working on that on my own for 18 months. Nobody else wanted to do it. I was happy to do it. I just think I can handle that one the rest of the way. I mean, I don't see why we have to share a lot of these.
I want to do that one also because I am really, really interested in that. So I pick ones that I really have an interest in and have a reason to do. So I don't have a problem with people sharing, especially with something really big.
Yeah, I don't either, actually.
Yeah,
I mean, we all
don't-
have to make the decision, right? On regional dispatch, that's not going to be me in a silo. I just mean, I've built relationships with the people involved and have attended all the meetings. I guess the report is done. It's going to come back for board discussion. I guess I'm just not understanding, I don't see the need to share all of these goals. I just think it's very inefficient. I think all of our schedules are different. I think, if there's just a lot of work to be done here. I don't see why we have to share a lot of
That
them.
up to the individuals. I mean, again, I'm happy to share. Lisa and I are a couple of things that I think we both care a lot about. And if each of us is willing to spend the time to do it, I think you actually tend to get a better product if you've got broader representation here. So.
And I think some of those, Sam, probably make sense. I think the one in regional dispatch does not make sense. I don't think that's something that I've been working on for 18 months for the last 3 months that it needs to have somebody else involved, especially where it's going to come back for a select board vote.
Well, I still want to be involved in it, I'm sorry. It sounds like you've done a lot of work, so I will have to catch up, but I still want to be involved in it.
But Kathy, you're missing meetings with me that we have scheduled just for setting the agenda. So I just, we were very critical of my time management skills at the beginning of this fiscal year. And so I'm being honest, like, you leave me out.
I take it hard, but I still want to be involved in that one.
Well, you're going to be involved. You're going to make a decision at the end of the day. I don't see the need for you to be involved in this goal.
And I hear you, and I really do want to be involved in this goal too, so.
Okay, so let's talk about the finance ones. So I'm the finance liaison. Do you want to take a position on who should be the finance liaison?
No, I definitely want to do those.
So you and I are assigned to 2 out of the 5 finance ones. I just don't think we all have enough time to do all of these. That's my point.
Well, I picked ones that I think I do have time for that I really want to do. If you want to
Kathy,
split
you're
that,
missing meetings with me.
do the
Kathy.
budget software and I'll do the 5-year plan, because I've been working on that for years and years and years. That'd be fine.
That's fine. I don't care. I'm just the regional one. I want. I could care. I'm happy to do the 5-year capital.
But I want to do it too.
But Kathy, my point is that you're leaving me out of meetings. And so I don't think it's fair for you to take over a goal that I've been working hard on for the last 18 months that you're potentially going to have meetings without me.
I'll see, we can talk about this one offline. I'm not gonna, I don't plan on leaving you out of meetings for dispatch. You've done the work on this one. I need to get caught up. So I think your concern is probably not appropriate, that everything's gonna be fine, but I do want to stay on that one.
That's offline.
Yep. Right, anybody else have a problem anytime, any others that have 2 on there? Which I don't think it's that many.
Fair number of.
No, it just seems to be on me.
What's that?
I think it's most 4 out of 6 of mine I'm sharing with somebody. That's what my issue is. I don't have time to coordinate schedules.
I'll give you 4.42. I'll take me off that one.
No, I don't want that one.
Spirit working together.
You can have that one.
All right, I tried.
I just want to make sure that we're being ambitious with the amount of goals. I just think we need to be smart about how we're dividing them up.
We all agree that we want to be smart here. So 3, 1, 3, 2. Chelsea, which one do you want of those 2?
It doesn't matter to me.
Well,
I'm happy to take either.
All right, I'll take 3, 1 because I really have worked on this for a long time.
I'll do 3, 2.
Okay, so there. Okay, anybody else want to take themselves off of anything that is a duplicate?
You and I are ADA, which I'm fine with 2 of us on.
Yeah, but if you have a strong opinion on that one, Sam, I'm fine to take my name off. I
also, so why don't we do it together?
okay, that's perfect. That's fine. And I know,
You guys are gonna stay on that one?
yeah. And fall town meeting, and Andrew, I think that's great that we're gonna work together. I've been advocating for that one since I got on the board, so I'm happy to any way to advance that.
Just to that point, because this is getting into the next agenda item, there's a blank space on the warrant.
Yeah.
For that is the idea that between now and the next meeting,
We're gonna talk about that next as far as what we really want to see in this warrant.
Okay.
Okay, so it depends on how much time you have and whether you think you can move forward.
I think open space and trails, that's fine.
That's fine too.
And survey of employees, Andrew, I think that's fine for the two of us.
We can talk with Vanessa about that. And also, I think that MTC could be a resource there, you know, the. surveys.
Absolutely,
Yep.
absolutely. I just want to make sure that it happens because I think it's very, very important. You know, the employees feel heard and, you know, that they have a voice as well.
So we're all set?
Can I make a process comment?
Absolutely.
We've got 13 minutes.
I know, so I'll go as fast as I can.
Sorry, I'm done.
Okay, so we've got the spreadsheet set.
Yeah.
Okay, Mark is going to, everybody agrees that Mark will then, basically send out the email, right? Okay, and then it really is up to everyone to, pursue their goals, and we will need a mechanism to, basically keep track of this. Pete suggested that we, basically, he said put it on the website as far as the goals go and our progress, et
I
cetera.
think once your action plans are done, we will put all of that up on the website, all of your goals, all the action plans, so that, you know, everyone can see what you signed up for and, you know, what your plans are to do them. And then as we go along and there are updates that you know, significant updates that we have to those and that, we can update those files.
On the website.
Yep.
But I guess that was my point, I guess, in the sense that I think providing some structure around that, saying that the next step is for the individuals or pairs to come up with an action plan by
Yes.
X date. And that includes things like action steps, key resources required, milestones that you envision for that. Clearly, we're not going to know much about the future on those things, but to begin to start to lay that out, what it needs, that gives us a collective view of the fact that, oops, we got, you know, 28 groups who all need 100% of Vanessa's time, for example,
Right.
or whatever. So you begin to understand.
I'm fine with that.
Bottlenecks would be good. Excellent.
So is she, look at her, she's like happy. She's like,
Okay.
So anyway.
She's happy, doesn't know it.
10 minutes.
Some date that says, here's what we need. So Mark, you might think about that and suggest a structure.
Well, look, as we
And
talked
you're very
about
good
it,
at that, so maybe you work with Mark as far as making sure that we really do,
but we talked about that in the goal setting meeting too, is that there are some that your action plan is gonna be one item.
Yeah.
It's that type of thing, but others are gonna need more structure.
And some you just don't know at this point. So that you, again, people need to think about it, lay out what they can at this point. Let's see what it looks like.
And Vanessa's working on one of mine, so I'm like psyched. Yeah.
I think she's already done back there. Okay, good,
okay,
thanks.
nice. 4 hours. Everybody's happy with that one?
Yeah.
Okay, so, do we want to take a vote to approve the final spreadsheet, just to make sure we agree it's the final spreadsheet?
Are you including 4.2 in that, or are you, because you're having that conversation offline?
I think we
I
wait.
know, I am.
Okay.
Okay. So do you want to vote, or do you just want to say, we know we're going to?
I don't think.
I don't think we need to vote.
All right, I don't need it. Okay, next one, last one is, not trivial, discussion of the warrant for the October 13th special town meeting, which you should have in the packet.
I have a few questions on
Yeah,
this.
so let me just grab this really quick and try and frame it. So if you remember, we had a conversation at a previous meeting about things that people might want in the warrant, things we need to think about putting in the warrant. And everything you gave me, everything we spitballed that night ended up as a placeholder. Okay, there was the negotiated agreement for Articles 1 and 2. We talked about you know, and then you know, funding to address the tree issue should probably be the third article to kind of dovetail with all of that. And then there were other articles and people brought up things that I think make a lot of sense. The question is, do they make sense for this meeting? Do we have time to put something together realistically in 30 days? And that's really what I think we need to look at tonight. I feel bad that we let Ms. Jasinski go, because there were, you know, she had asked for a couple of, yeah, no, she's gone.
My suggestion was gonna be Andrew's on Shopsy now. Andrew could get up to date on what Shopsy.
She'd asked for a couple of placeholders. I don't know what they're for.
Okay, I think that the placeholder originally dealt with the transfer of.
And that happened.
And that's also,
That happened, so
that's a
I
third
can-
one. That's the
But
third
there's
one,
others I
so-
think they're looking for, Andrew, that I think would be good. The
Okay.
board's gonna have to
So
discuss it.
let's run through these real quick and check off the ones we agreed, they're there, they're not, good, we know they're gonna be there, so you just want to start from.
Sure, so the first two, were the negotiated items that
Yeah.
were left off the annual from planning board. One was the tree protection bylaw, second one was the scenic roads.
Yeah.
The third article was a separate article dealing with the sum of money for the purpose of addressing the public shade trees need to be removed to ensure public safety. I threw some wording in, we can work on that, but that's that funding article to catch up for tree removal. Article 4 would be to fund any collective bargaining agreements we have ready. As you know, we still have fire on the table, and I'm fully committed that that's going to be come forward. Article 5, I put in a capital article because there was a couple of items that that the board had thrown out. One was clickers that the town clerk had talked about. Another one was this infamous National Grid parcel.
Unless 21E's done, I
That,
can tell you,
that we talked about.
I think there's problems at town meeting with that one.
Yeah.
Are you
And
gonna stick
I,
with that one, Sam?
You know what?
Are you really gonna have that one on there?
I would like to keep it moving, I guess, if we need, I seem to be talking to National Grid about it. We're
Agreed.
Getting 21E or whatever. we need.
Okay, so we agree, what if we agree,
Still have
we're not
time.
saying, nobody's saying no.
Let's try to do something with it. We
Right.
might find out that for whatever reason it's not going to happen.
I'm just trying to keep money off this.
Yeah.
So I don't think anyone's saying no.
Yeah.
But I just don't think this is the right,
We're not going to be ready to spend money for it.
that's what I'm trying to say too.
Yeah,
So can we take it off
Yeah.
for this one?
Yeah. As long as we.
so, and again, and I've not talked, Mr. Hagerty was on earlier. I'm not sure where we are in terms of clickers, and I'm not sure if capital has anything else we may need. We are getting the RFP out for the pavement management plan. That may be something we need for funding, but again, I'll know more in 3 weeks.
Okay.
And hopefully have a better idea when we meet for that.
So you asked Jim about the clickers.
I will.
Okay, all right.
Article 6, I put that.
Sorry,
in
can we go
there
back to the clicker, for the clickers? I think if we are gonna put funding source or funding for this on this warrant, we probably need an article for us to be able to utilize them prior to the capital article. Because if town meeting doesn't vote to want to use them, I don't know if that's what the process will be, but if town meeting doesn't vote that they want to use them, then we shouldn't fund them.
I thought Mr. Savino, who happens to maybe be in the
Yes,
audience,
he is here.
wanted that to happen, and he wanted to see that the town wanted them before he was going to use them. That, I think that was his initial position, but maybe that's changed, I don't know, so
You want,
We can ask.
he wants to come over. Okay.
he didn't raise his hand, but if you want, I can move him
Oh,
over.
yeah, I didn't know.
Mr. Farrington, you're a trooper.
You're a trooper, oh my gosh.
He's waiting for public
Six
comment.
others on that.
What's that?
I said me and the 6 others.
Yeah, but
They're home though, they're not sitting here, so you get extra points for that.
Hey, Paul.
Hey there, how are you?
We're fine, we're fine.
Having fun.
So tell us where you stand with clickers.
Like, you know what, I have to be 1,000,000% honest with you. And I know I made this point before with you guys. The audio for everybody who's not on a remote connection is terrible. Like, I can't hear any of you at the table. I hear Chelsea great. I hear everybody else who comes across, like the citizens who have made points earlier today. But Kathy, I got to ask you to shout, unfortunately. That's even worse.
Okay, is this any better?
It's a little bit better. I'll do my best.
What is your position on clickers?
Look, I've had this discussion with the clerk. I am generally not in favor. I'm in favor for very specific circumstances that will truly save us time. And I believe the clerk and I don't know if he's on, but I believe we are on the same page at this point. We've sort of both come to the middle of where we started on this back in the spring. The article, well, and I should be very clear about one more thing. I will not support their use without an approved article at town meeting. So town meeting has to agree on those circumstances that I just mentioned, whatever the case may be. I intend to collaborate closely with whoever is drafting that article so that I can support it when the time comes. So when you say, Mark, when you ask me my position on it, it depends. It depends on the specific circumstances in which we are going to try to deploy them.
Okay.
But it sounds like we need an article
Right,
for
we're
town meeting.
not
to
worried about
fund.
funding it, we gotta get,
Yeah.
okay, all right, so we hear you, that's
Or
clear.
we could have a funding article contingent on the first vote to be able to use it in the
Well, I think,
spring.
I think to Chelsea's point, you put the approval article before the capital article.
Right, exactly.
Right, yeah,
Yep.
okay,
Right, and then you just would.
But it cannot be the first article.
Right.
all right.
You just postpone it if the.
Yeah.
Would you say it needs to be the first article?
Nope, it cannot be.
Okay, all right, everybody agree?
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Paul.
Okay,
And hang around if you want to, but that's what we needed.
Next article, placeholder for CPC projects. I'm not aware that there's anything. I think that can come off.
Okay.
Article 7, we've talked about a bylaw to codify a fall special town
Who
meeting.
has that one?
I think Lisa and I.
Yep, Andrew and I, yep.
So what do you guys think about having the time to be ready
I mean, at
by?
this point, all I can think about is, to amend the town code, there shall be
Very
it's,
simple.
yeah, I mean, just like there's something in the town code that says that every, every
You gonna
Saturday.
set the date? It's gonna be the second.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to consider is, this time last year, I was feeling a little bit frustrated, Lisa, where you were kind of postponing the special town meeting until it was November 1st, but I felt like November 1st actually worked pretty well.
As long as there's no money there, because you can't, Paul Sabelli does not want it to be November 1st. This guy set his tax rate, so he would not want November 1st if he thought we were going to add any more money to the budget. So we have to understand that this, it really is not about money. It's about
I think a bylaw has got to address the parameters of the meeting. Is that, you're only going to entertain non-financial articles? There's got to be some, depending on when you have it, I agree.
I worry about doing that.
No,
You never know what you
I
never
agree.
know. And if you put yourself in a box and something comes up. and
Then you don't want to put it
do a
too
special
late,
within a
so your
special
tax
one.
rate setting here
I don't know,
doesn't get
special
pushed down the road, and we're helping a stuffed tax bills the week between Christmas and New
But
Year's.
you could write a bylaw with some flexibility in it.
Yeah.
And I'll play devil's advocate with November 1st. Boy, does that push the next budget season back, because they're all focused on this. And then- and if we, remember, we're gonna be back to a normal town meeting, we think, it's not, the last Saturday in March, right? And so that means you get started really late on your regular stuff, and I think it pushes it. So I'm not a fan of.
My only
November 1st.
concern with that is you've got fall sports, and that was one of the reasons why March town meeting came about. And if we
Yep.
set a fall, I would bet that there's gonna be somebody that's gonna make an amendment on town meeting. for
Sure.
change of dates.
So I'm just I'm just doing
Yeah.
pros and cons of,
Yeah.
So
no
the
day's
whole, yes,
perfect.
I'm sorry, so the whole question is not how we're gonna do what we're gonna do. The question is there time to do? Is
I
there
mean-
time to put something together for the board that the board is want to consider?
You
you
can do
know.
something in November if there's no financial articles, or if there's financial articles, you could, do something in October, or you just leave it up to the discretion of the board. Set a time, October or November.
October 15th, November.
Correct.
So we
Just
think
set a
something
time
can get
frame to be
done there.
Yeah.
It sounds like
Okay.
you
By
I think
September
so.
7th.
can get that goal checked out.
All
I think
right,
so.
next placeholder, increasing the CPA surcharge from 1% to 3%.
So, Can we table that for tonight and we'll get, this is gonna be decided, I think, as far as what, I
It sounds like an annual article to me, but
My only question is CPC been talked to about this?
the answer is in part. So Andrew knows, yes. Anybody else? No. And this kind of blew our advisory, right? And that's, so he came and he was very surprised to hear there was any support for this. Brady Elizabeth's not on CBC, but she was. So anyway, this table for the moment, more to come around. Okay.
creating a fund for to replace trees that are removed. We talked a little bit about that tonight. I know there's been some difference of opinions as to how to structure this, whether it should be a revolving fund, whether there's, some mechanism to direct funds into here.
Chelsea, would you want to work with someone from planning board to come up with a policy to replace trees that are removed?
I took that one, right? On the goals?
Your goals.
That's
It was
fine.
on the-
Sure.
Tonight, working together.
Yeah.
And I think you could certainly carry that forward.
I mean, I know the preferred, from what I understand, I think from some of the conversation is that the preferred path is not a revolving fund. However, should the path end up being a revolving fund, that's going to be multiple articles that need to be done because you've got to change the bylaw and then obviously, set up the spending limits on the fund.
Well, just to tee that one up, the reason I don't, first of all, I don't like revolving funds, but forget that for a moment. What's gonna go in the revolving fund, little peanut fees, and so there's not enough money to go in the revolving fund to do anything with, so I think that's not a great idea. Question is, do we set it up now, but wait until spring to truly fund it, instead of, again, larding this one up with a bunch of money stuff that we can't afford.
What about Chelsea? Why don't you come back to us and give us your thoughts talking to planning board? That's a suggestion.
Okay.
I don't know what the rest of the board thinks, but
yeah,
I would just suggest that. And you can let us know whether you think it's going to be ready or not.
Okay.
Okay. Next article, a bylaw establishing timelines and deadlines for warrant article submission.
That's Jim.
No,
I propose that actually,
2 seats down.
which I think makes sense to clarify that and avoid a crunch. I think it allows plenty of time for people to do citizen petitions.
I do too. I just think the question is, do we have enough time to put something together?
I don't think that's a lot of writing,
Let's give it a try.
Okay.
So you're gonna work on that, Sam?
Yeah.
Okay.
The town council.
All right.
Article 11, something that we had on a selectmen's agenda, we pulled it off, and that grant easements, National Grid, for purposes of locating EV charging stations on town property. And we can, right now, we're looking at it for public safety, but it may be that if we wanted to extend putting stations in at library, a townhouse, I don't think that we'd want to limit the properties that we would allow that for. We may need to be a little more specific. I can work with Jay specifically on what that language needs to look like.
I think we ought to get that in there,
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes people happy.
And then we had the article, I think we've touched on a little bit, clarification on flow of funds from CPC to SHOPC and or Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
Andrew?
You want me to follow up with?
Yeah.
Dory?
I think I wanted to make it more permanent if we had a piece in there.
And we prefer to see that happen outside town meeting, is that the case?
And
If it happens?
once town meeting votes, then the money flows.
Yeah.
Through an automatic basis here.
Yeah.
Which Jay has opined is the way the vast majority of the world does it.
And I don't think CPC is going to be supportive of that. So I think Andrew, maybe just get some further clarification from shops to do exactly what they're looking for. I mean, it has to be sponsored by us.
Yes.
So if you come back and think there's additional conversations that take place or whatever, then
right.
I think that tells us whether it's ready.
Okay.
Article to,
Did we forget to do this?
no, we need to replenish it because we've had several claims and with deductibles of $2,500, it goes quickly. So,
We need to get rid of this article. Why don't we just run it through insurance? I don't see why we do this with an article, I really don't, but I'm fine with it
because we
one more
run our
time.
insurance pretty tight and we don't have a whole lot of
The insurance, liability insurance is what, $600,000 a year, the premium? So I still don't see why, so everybody understand what we're doing, the little deductible, we do it as a warrant, but yet we pay the big premium, and when that, the insurance is supposed to be, this is part of insurance, so why don't we just run it through insurance? Anyway.
Well, we
I
can,
don't
for
know.
for next fiscal
I
year, if
agree,
you want,
so-
we can
so-
up that and add a
So we
little
need it
bit.
for fiscal year 23, to percent, the
Yes.
10 that we already
Correct.
focused on that. Okay.
Correct.
Right. Yeah.
Article 14, this was something we talked about, the clerk had talked about, doing a bylaw to establish consistency for how boards and committees operate. I'll check with him and see whether or not that's something he's actually, gonna be bringing forward.
I'm not a huge fan of that myself. I think the concept is useful, but I don't think everybody needs to mark to do exactly the same feat there.
Probably hard to do too, given what he's got to change to get it done.
Yeah.
The next two articles were things that the assessor had asked for converting and upgrading real estate software, and then also for appraisal services for cyclical inspections of residential properties. Money's coming out of overlay, so there's not going to be any impact on the tax rate for that. 17 and 18, again, where I wish the Mr. Jasinski had still with us, asked for 2 placeholders for shops here. I'm not really sure what
I don't know what the second
Yeah.
would be.
Mark, did we not know about the assessor's requests, like for software upgrades, if they're supposed to be done in the fall of 22?
he just asked for them. These are things that just came in probably within the last 3 weeks.
So is that something that has to go to capital?
I don't think the the second one does, the 14,000. The 12.5 is converting and upgrading existing software.
That one probably should.
That may
So
be
you guys are looking at
something,
software too?
that may be something that is
Yeah,
going to
it's a
trigger
policy, anything
capital.
over 10,000.
But
So-
is there software capital?
I believe so.
I just think it's weird that we're upgrading something in the fall of 22 that we didn't know about.
You're saying it should have been in the fiscal year 23 budget?
Yeah.
Appreciate software.
It's amortized software. That's why, so, in accounting, in corporate accounting, you normally wouldn't put software in an account.
I don't know. Well, I'll ask the question again.
Well, we may need to get more information on that.
Okay. At least it's not gonna affect the tax rates.
So the 2 shops he placeholders, so Andrew, in your conversations, if you can just. I got 3 placeholders for shops, what do we?
Okay.
Do we need 1 or 2 or 3 or?
Yeah.
And then the final one was one, submitted, I think in discussion with the Board of Health, funding for a public health study. Chelsea, you can speak to this. I think it's simply a placeholder at this point.
It is, yeah. So we're working at the regional level on kind of a menu of options for different studies related to our regional Board of Health and local boards of health. And I think Southborough and maybe Boylston's interested in doing an actual staffing study related to local and regional resources. I am hopeful that we can get a grant to do this staffing study. So this is purely just a placeholder until we figure out what grant opportunities are coming up. There was a bill passed last week by the House and Senate for this, and it looks like staffing is included in that bill. So one of the concerns that we had was if we didn't put this placeholder in and didn't get the grant, then we would have to wait another cycle in order to fund this. I don't have a number yet, but we are working through this. I know Heather's working with the other health directors in our region to figure out the best way to do it. So that's where this is coming from.
Excellent.
Okay. That is.
Okay, so that's it as far as, so it's not meeting minutes. So we've got to figure out our schedule. We're going to have to meet before September 7th. We already know about the police chief search, we agreed to meet 2 nights. So Chelsea, we'll talk to you, I'll talk about your schedule, as far as making sure it works for you. But what I was thinking is, since we're gonna meet 2 nights, so I'm kind of relating on what we said this morning, maybe on the first night, we pick this back up, right? Because we can't, you know, if we wait to September 7th, we really are gonna be,
Yeah.
too pushing. So do this and do the 2 interviews, right? One night, and the next night do the voting on it.
So the 7th, and that's because the posting issue with September 7th, we're meeting on Wednesday rather than Tuesday.
Well, it's not the posting, it's because elections on the 6th.
Primary, so.
Oh, okay.
we Can't meet on the 6th.
And we gotta close the warrant.
And we're gonna sign the warrant on the 20th, right? And so we've got to, I don't think wait the 7th to really start getting this truly voted on, and if you've got questions, you don't get an answer. So I think we've got to have one more meeting before the 7th, right? To make much more progress with this and start voting on these things. And get better shape.
You know, back in the day, the selectmen used to meet every week. They did back in the 70s, they did. Yep, so I'm not gonna complain for a second meeting.
For 30 minutes. a meeting.
No, it wasn't. They went till 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. But then they took phone calls during the meetings and, you know, but it's interesting stuff. But
Are you
anyway.
gonna do like a history corner section of the select board meetings?
I can tell you a story.
Okay, so we agree we're gonna have one meeting where we do 2 things instead of 1 thing. We're gonna do work on the warrant, and we're going to do 2 interviews. And the next night, we're going to make a decision on the police.
So can I make a suggestion? Because I went back and looked at what the board did with Chief Achilles is they appointed the same meeting that the interview. So I went back and checked that. So instead of having,
We can still do that, but we decided today that we wanted to be able to sleep on it. Do the interviews and then sleep on, think about it, come back.
so why don't we post for 2 days in a row and then give us the option to, if we're ready, to make a decision on the first night?
Do that.
Yeah.
What days are we talking about again?
Well, we were talking about the 23rd, 24th, right? Am I right? So
I think
Tuesday,
it should
Wednesday.
be, yeah, just trying to I think if you can, it's important for everyone to be here, so. I think it's just trying to find.
Okay, so 23rd, 24th we talked about, but Chelsea can't be here physically on the 23rd, 24th, so she had to zoom in, if we do 23rd, 24th. I think waiting to the next week is pretty late as far as this goes, so I'd like to get it done sooner than later as far as these things goes. So Chelsea, are you not here at all between now and the end of the month?
I come back late.
You can come
So I
back
could
on-
do a morning meeting on the 26th, or I could do the 29th, 30th, 31st.
But that pushes us too hard against September 7th.
What's the problem with September 2nd?
7th, I said, we've got to get
Oh.
all of the warrant stuff done by then, so it's not just the police chief. On the 23rd, 22nd, 23rd.
I mean,
24th.
I could do, even though,
Somebody's leaving on the 25th. so
that's me, what I'm saying is, that's actually my anniversary as well, but I think, I'm flying out, but let me just verify, I might be able to meet on the evening of the 26th. 25th, I'm sorry, on the evening of the 25th.
Which is Thursday.
Thursday. I think Matt has people coming into Pennsylvania for dinner that night, so I may be available.
In Zoom,
By Zoom, yeah.
if you're trying to meet in person.
Well, we're trying to be in person, so.
But that's only 2 days, Lisa, that's only 2 days before. Like, what's wrong with the 29th? That's 9 days before our next meeting. Is that? I guess I'm not understanding the point.
If we're trying to get as early as possible to close down on some of this warrant article stuff, as well as the chief, yeah, as quickly as possible.
Well, I mean, you still could meet. I don't want to get meeting happy, but you still could meet that week of the 22nd. And do
The chief.
other items. You can do warrant article, you could do, those type of things and everything, and reserve 29, 30 to do, to do those one item, those one item pieces.
So
I'm not trying to add meetings, I'm just trying to find a path.
Long meetings.
So, well, if they define meetings, no, then they shouldn't be.
So, Chelsea, you can't get here on the 22nd or 23rd, one of the two?
No, no.
So, one of the advantages of maybe doing it on the 29th is that I'm going to be on vacation from the 15th through the 23rd. If we were going to meet in the evening on the 23rd, I think I'd be. back in
We
South
were, that's how we
Carolina.
picked the 23rd, because
Yeah.
you could do it.
Okay. So I could do that. It's just for these Shopsy warrant article, if that's actually going to go forward. What's I'm going to be on, I don't know whether you need to post the agenda, but yeah, I can use the time.
Yeah.
So, there's also, again, as Mark said, not getting meeting happy, but sometimes we've had just meetings at like 8 o'clock in the morning to just do very focused things. So I'm willing to be flexible, but just it has occurred to me that if we're going to try to finalize, we're going to make more progress on the 23rd in terms of actual language for warrant articles, particularly for Lisa and I are trying to do the coordinate fall time.
You can consider a morning meeting to work on the warrant. I mean, it is
Okay.
more of a working session
Yeah,
than
yeah.
anything else.
So Chelsea, could you do the 23rd or the 24th in the morning? Or just a warrant?
I can only do the 24th because I have a commitment. on the 23rd.
So 24th would work with Andrew.
I can do the 24th.
I can do the 24th.
24 is it 8 or something?
And
So we're going to warrant.
is that enough time, Andrew? When are you leaving for vacation? You said
Saturday.
Saturday.
So you leave on Saturday, so if we're gonna try to put some language together for the warrant article for. We have to be,
Vacation.
we have to go.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that's why.
maybe the 29th and the 30th do. I know we don't want to wait necessarily that long, but
No, I think that they could benefit from the extra time.
I agree.
So you want to do 29th and 30th?
As I think about it, I think that makes more sense.
Okay,
And
so.
Chelsea, you'll be home
Yeah,
available both those nights?
yeah. I think we have open houses, but I think they're done by then. For kids' school.
I think Andrew had said if we did a night meeting on those two and we keep them relatively short, starting at 7, would that be more
That'd be good.
helpful?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
All right, so 29th and 30th.
Okay.
7 o'clock.
No AM meeting.
No AM meeting.
One other piece of good news, I just got an email from Mr. Sinsky, they only need the one.
Hey,
original
so,
one they asked
okay,
for.
good. So that you're.
So you're off, we saved you some work.
Okay.
So you have time now to work on the other
other
parts.
All right, so 29th, 30th. I haven't got you. So 29th and 30th is meeting 7 o'clock, 29th, 30th, we're going to do warrant and we're going to do 2 interviews and then 30th, we're going to sign. Okay. Okay, agree? Fine?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so, Mr. Farrington.
Yeah, I just have a process question. How much time is actually required to post a town meeting? 2 weeks?
7 days.
Yeah, the warrant gets posted 2 weeks.
Okay.
ahead of the meeting.
Because, Mark, you sent out an email to all the towns. Committee members, so it says that there's time to get on the 20th.
Correct.
For the meeting, town meeting, which is on the 13th. So it seems to me like you could potentially push that back 10
But
days.
we don't like to wait for the last minute.
I've got to go to print.
Yeah, so that's,
Okay.
that's,
Okay, there's other administrative pieces to it.
August is a horrible month for meetings, we all know that. By having it, it seems like an artificially 10 days, 10 days earlier than it needs to be necessarily. And that also pushes it to September 7th, or whatever the meetings of the 17th.
Just, I can't hear anything that's being said right now, so just.
You can speak,
so you
you
know.
can't hear it.
okay, so we all agree?
Yep.
Yeah. Any other public left here?
Yep, 4
Brad, any comments?
hands up.
Nobody's got, they've all got their hands up?
No,
Oh my God, I don't see my hands. Oh. Okay, so C, no further public comment, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, Lisa.
Aye.
Chelsea.
Aye.
Sam.
Aye.
Andrew.
Aye.
Both of guys, 5-0. Well, 4 hours.
Didn't quite make it.
Good night.
Good night, Chelsea.